Oh, nigga, how about this? How about y'all wake up, get the dick out your face, move the dick and balls out your face so you can see and realize this fucking team is put together horrible. Horrible.
Oh, that was good, though. That was good. Where do we start? 0-0 against Sunderland away. It's a difficult ground. It's hard to beat them beaten at home. It's not a bad draw. Back-to-back games at home. New Year's New Year's Day? Yeah, New Year's Day. Chelsea at home. 1-1. A draw to Chelsea is not bad. They're not easy opposition. Right, okay. 3 days after Brighton at home. We missed chances, guys. We played well. We just missed chances. Well, they gave us them chances. Yeah, it's not like we create loads of them. They gift us. A team that finished 16th in the league, who are absolutely crap. Yeah, and they've got a PE teacher. Yeah, who's just been on the job for 2 days. Outcoached us, out tactic us, and outplayed us for 90 minutes, and we had no answer. There was no fight today. These players, they don't know what a Manchester derby means. Stop the crap. Stop the bullshit. Yeah, because I told you when we got beaten by Brighton away, I was game week 3. This is the beginning of the end for this manager. And I mean it. Yeah? There's no way back from this. Yeah, we might go through a purple patch there and there, a few wins, but in the end, he will always go back to what he wants to do, which is sideways, ball the opposition to death, side to side, get the ball in the wings, and tell the wingers to cross it. Today was an absolutely embarrassing from the players, from the manager. I can't even blame the fans for leaving early. I would have done the same, to be honest. Imagine watching that shit show for 90 minutes, standing there, freezing cold. Oh, to be fair, it wasn't. It's not been too cold these days. But to make things worse, Arsenal dropped points today. They drew again, 0-0. That's a back-to-back draws. And that's back-to-back games where they haven't scored a goal. Because they drew 0-0 with Liverpool home. And I knew they would drop points against Forest because I knew that Sean Dyche would make life harder for them. And I said it, let's go out there and win it because I knew Arsenal would drop points today. And they did. 2 games without scoring to get 2 games without win, but we have 4 games without winning them, and 2 goals in 4 games. All right, big up everyone in the chat. Make sure you drop the like in the stream, and make sure you subscribe to the channel. Right, let me send because I need to. Some people were asking for a link. We're gonna have a panel tonight. We're gonna have a big panel tonight. There's a few people coming on. I just need to send them the links actually, but they'll be coming. We try to get as many people as we can. So yeah, make sure you drop the likes in the channel. Make sure you subscribe. All them jazz. You know what we're doing. The game. And make sure also before I start talking about the game, give your thoughts about the game on the comments, and yeah, just basically what you want to say really. We're gonna try to read. We're gonna put the comments up, as many comments up as many as we can. Yeah, just to be fair, I already know what you guys are gonna say. Just same order, to be honest, just different weeks, same bullshit. But yeah, the game. Let's start from the lineup. Right. As soon as the lineup came up, I said, and I think someone was running a space. I think it was either Adam or was Hamza when the lineup came up. And I said, yeah, we'll be lucky to get a draw out of this game. Just from the lineup, I knew it. We'll be lucky to get a draw out of this game. Why? Because I saw a back line and I saw the full-back pairing that we were putting there, and I said it. Every time we go to Old Trafford, United only have one way of playing. Get the ball fast to the wings and switch up the play on the other side. And doesn't matter what manager they've got. They've done that against Amarin. They've done that against Ole. They've done that against Ten Hag. And they've done that against Carrick. It doesn't matter what the manager is. At Old Trafford, they only have one way of playing. And they exploited our fullbacks. What did he do? He went out there. He decided, right, I'm going to put Nathan Ake as a left back without pace, but I'm going to ask the whole back line to push higher up the field and play a high line and hope that we can get saved by offside, which we did. We got saved by offside a few times in the first half, a few millimeters. And then on the other side, Rico, you played well against Exeter at home. Let's have another go. And Rico, when it comes down to defending, we all know what Rico is about. We've seen that last season. Why is everyone acting surprising that Rico can't defend? We've been saying that for 18 months. We saw that last season. Why is it? And the manager came up there and said, well, fair enough, Nune was not available, but you could have literally made a few changes in there that could make us look decent. Yeah. Put a Kusanova right back. Put Max and Ake in there in the centre half position and put O'Reilly. That way you've got pace on both of the sides. Even though that way you've got Nathan O'Reilly to compensate Ake if he needs. A lot of people will say, "Oh, O'Reilly didn't look good when he came on," but who looked good? Tell me about the starters. Who in the starting 11? Who from the very start looked good, apart from the goalkeeper?
Kusanov was okay in the first half. He had a good first half, but it was very poor second half.
When O'Reilly came on, Carrick had already made their changes. They were like, okay, we're going to beat these guys. Yeah, it doesn't matter who they bring on, but this is what we're going to do. And they exploited us big time. Every time we had the ball, yeah, we were trying to slow the game down. There was no urgency. There was no patterns of play. There was no creativity. It was just play.
I got to butt in here real quick. What the hell was that midfield today?
That
midfield is made up of a Ballon d'Or winner, a player of the season, and 2 other treble winners, one of whom was club captain. They did nothing. None of them. Foden looked like he was scared the whole game, the whole first half that he played. He looked like he was scared. He looked like he was trying to avoid the ball. And when he did have it, he kept losing it. So his job was to collect the ball from Rodri, who could not get the ball forward at all today. So if Foden has to drop back to get the ball, how's he supposed to create chances? So Rico Lewis has to create chances. Okay. What did Rico Lewis do? He kept losing the ball. You're in there for your control, and you kept losing the ball. That's all he did was lose the ball. I didn't see one positive thing Rico Lewis did today. I don't know why he was in there. And that's not even going to mention the club captain. I don't know what he was supposed to contribute to that. Maybe somebody smarter than me can tell me. Was he progressing the ball forward? Was he picking it up when we lost it? No. That midfield did nothing at all. We didn't get the ball to our striker who's on $500K a week and he can't get the ball. And don't get me started on him because he's being pocketed by Lisandro Martinez, who's 6 or 7 inches shorter than him. And it's just coming off of an ACL injury. And he pocketed Erling Haaland. And so did Harry Maguire. What are you doing? Like, what was the tactics today? If Doku is not getting past his man, he's useless out there. I would have binned him as soon as possible. Yeah, Jay Fresh. I just talked about Foden. I said that he had to collect the ball and then he just lost it and got scared.
We're gonna come into the comments.
Jay Fresh, I'm gonna call him out. Rodri had a poor game.
We're
Bernardo
gonna come into
didn't
the
do
comments.
anything. Rico Lewis, poor game. Doku could not beat his man, poor game. Semenyo, I feel bad for the guy. I'm gonna be a little more gracious towards Semenyo because this is only his 4th game for the club. But it's very clear Doku wasn't working. He got the guy booked and didn't try to go after him at all the whole game. Like, put Semenyo on him and get the guy sent off. It's just really frustrating because we are a better team than we showed today. And I saw no fight. I saw no desire. I saw no heart. It was gutless. Everybody on that pitch, except for Donnarumma and the first half of Husinov, should donate their salary to their wage for the week. You should donate it to charity because they did nothing out there. They showed no heart at all. Mr. Manchester, Phil Foden, this is a derby. I need you to show up. Rico Lewis, you're from Manchester. Show me some more. I don't get it. The whole game plan can't fall to shit because Mateus Nunes ain't on the pitch. You have to adapt. If that means being more conservative, then be more conservative. It's a derby. Arsenal dropped points again and we can't capitalize. We've been awful. We had a bunch of winnable games. 2 of them against interim managers. Pep Guardiola in 2026 can't beat an academy, a U21 manager, and an interim manager. What are we doing? What is the game plan? It's just frustrating because I think we are so much better than what we showed today. But what I cannot forgive is the lack of heart. Nobody was out there throwing themselves into tackles. Nobody. Oh, Alfie's here. Oh my God, Alfie, I haven't seen you in a while. How are you, man? He's made his appearance after.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, beautiful.
Guys, Elliot, I still believe that we can win this league. That's how bad I think Arsenal are. I don't think they're a good team. Okay, they're a good team, but they're not unbeatable as they think they are.
Do you know
we
the
can
problem?
beat them, but we keep burying ourselves. We keep doing this to ourselves. Dropping points to Chelsea with a U21 manager. What are you doing at home? Brighton, what do we do? Nothing. That manager, I don't know who that guy is. Pep has never beat that guy. Why? It's just frustrating, man. I think we could have won this game today. I think we should have won the last couple of games. We're not even creating chances anymore. At least the Sunderland game, you can be like, yeah, we created a ton of chances. Everybody missed. Vardiol missed. Rangers missed. Holland missed. Bernardo missed. All these players missed chances. Where were those chances today? 1 shot on target in a derby. 1 shot on target. Where was the creativity? Where was any of this? It's frustrating.
Yeah, but you look at the way he set up that team, the way he set up. I said we would be lucky. The moment the lineup came out, I said we will be lucky to get a draw out of this game. We are losing today. Why? Because when you look at that team, and I said it, Rico Lewis is programmed to invert it straight away. As soon as the team has the ball, in his mind, it doesn't matter whether he's got the whole right flank to go up and down. In his mind, he's programmed to go into midfield.
Wait,
and when he was playing, and I said it, there'll be a massive confusion in terms of where players needs to be if you have Rico Lewis inverting, Rodri and Bernardo Silva dropping deep. And there was none of them three. There was a moment in that game where Rico Lewis was telling Rodri to go standing on an right back position because he wants to go in the midfield to start helping the build up. There was another moment.
Nobody helped the build up at all. Nobody. Phil Foden had to draw back. He was the only one attempting.
The problem we had, it was we set up to contain the opposition when we knew the opposition would comfortably be in their own half in a bunch of like 4 defending 2 deep, and when they had the ball, they would go for on the counter.
Yeah, this is a problem. The 3-1-6, I don't think we have the players for it. And Rodri, especially in his state right now, because of where he is in his fitness, he can't do that job by himself. Nico G struggled too. I just think it's
the problem. The problem that we have is not the players, and I'll tell you why. Right.
Well, some of them are not good enough, but they keep playing every game.
We went out there and paid 65 million for Semenyo, yeah, and we know Semenyo is not a touchline winger. Why are we asking Semenyo to do the same job as Savio was doing and Oscar Bob, which is hold the width, try to get past 2 players and cross it? Semenyo is a guy that likes to be in a box waiting for the cross.
So I mean, I don't get it either because
that's what I'm telling you guys. That's what I'm telling you. People are saying just buy it right back in the midfield, will be fine. It doesn't matter who you buy, it will be the same. I've been saying that since last season. The guy is not changing his way. He is buying players that's fit in a completely style of play to what he wants to do. He's asking Donnarumma to be Ederson. You know Donnarumma can't kick a ball. He's asking Semenyo to be Bob or Savio, take players on and whatnot. He's asking Rico or Bernardo to be that box to box when Bernardo Silva has the legs.
He doesn't have the ability going forward. He's asking for years
Foden to be in the number 10 when Foden is not creative. When people say, "Oh, let's go get Anderson now," yeah, and I ask this question.
There's no point. He won't play.
But let's ask this question to everyone. Let's imagine.
There we go. Anderson, Jarvis is right.
Yeah,
the manager is not adapting.
Let's imagine. Yeah, Anderson was in this squad before kickoff, and he had the option to pick between Anderson and Bernardo. Who do you think he would pick?
He's gonna pick Bernardo. Who's just not, he's good once a week. I'm sorry. It's 2026. The guy doesn't have the legs to play more than once a week at a high level.
He's not going to drop Foden because Foden brings goals and drop into the pockets that he wants. And he's not going to drop his captain because his captain is basically his favorite. He's not going to.
Despite offering nothing.
And he's not playing double pivots because he said he doesn't like to play 2 defensive-minded midfielders. So
the thing is Rodri is still. If you had Nico G next to him, Rodri can go forward and be a box to box because Rodri's fucking good at that. Why do you think he was so good at the end of his Ballon d'Or season? Because he was going forward a lot. Because Kava was sitting back. Why can't we go back to that?
Why is our fullbacks are not allowed to go to overlap and put crosses in? Why is our fullbacks only?
That was not a thing. Oh, you want Nathan Ake doing that? No, that's a problem. You're playing an injured center back at left back. When you have Aït-Nouri on the bench, by the way, Aït-Nouri is back. You don't have to play Nathan Ake, or you can play Nathan Ake as a center back if you're dying to get him in the lineup. But
because
why couldn't Aït-Nouri play today?
If
you're dying to have experience in there, bench a lane and put Nathan Ake as a center back. The problem is he can't do it because he can't run. He can't run. It's 2026. The guy is playing injured. He cannot run.
Because if you look here, and I'll bring Alfie on in a minute, yeah. Because if you look at the last 4 games, Can anyone tell me the difference between the last 4 games that we played in the Premier League compared to last season? What's the difference?
Well, the Sunderland game, we at least created chances. The other 3 it looked like we're reverting back to last season.
Last season. Well, no, I'll cut you off on that. Last season we create chances. We were missing chances as well. Remember the game against Sporting? We won it up. We were missing chances.
We were creating
So against Sporting, we were 1-0 up at half time. We missed a lot of chances. The second half, they turned the game around. Against Juventus, we were 1-0 up, missed a lot of chances. In the second half, they turned the game around. Brighton away, the same last season. Missed a lot of chances in the first half, 1-0 up. Second half, in 5 minutes, bang, they turned the game around. Yeah. So what's the difference that you're saying in the last 4 games compared to last season? Different players, same problems.
Here's what I want to know. Okay,
here's
the lineup. Tell me if this lineup would have been good.
Not taking chances, getting outrun in midfield, and defense looks a shamble. Last season.
Oh, yeah, the defense we can't do anything about because there's injuries like that.
We can't even do the basic.
We can do something different. You could play Aït-Nouri left back, Ake center back, Husanov's right back, and Max Alain as a center back. And start Tijani Reinders because Rico did nothing today. Rico Lewis did nothing in the midfield. Tijani Reinders would have been a better choice today.
After
we need somebody across the box.
After the 4 in a row, after the 4 in a row.
I'm gonna go soon. I'm just getting in my list in while I can.
Even including last season, we all sat there and said, we need to give help to Rodri. Rodri cannot play in that position alone by himself. Yeah. What does he do different this season? It doesn't matter who we play, either Nico Gonzalez or Rodri. It's the same. It's the same.
Yeah, they have to play together. We did that in the forfeit season.
Bernardo Silva will help Nico
Gonzalez. I keep hearing that he helps. He doesn't help at all.
Wait there. This fantasy, that you guys are putting in your mind, it needs to stop because it's doing me brains in. It's literally, my brains is about to explode with the amount of bullshit you guys come up with. Bernardo Silva doesn't help Rodri defensively in any shape, way, or form. On the ball, when in possession, he will drop deep and help the build-up. Fair enough, not question.
I think Foden does a better job of that than Bernardo does.
The problem is when we don't have the ball.
Well enough.
The problem is not in possession. The problem is when we don't have the ball.
I'm told he's
like an to England. I would compare it to the England team of 2010. You've got a lot of backs who are great on the ball, but they never have the ball because nobody can win it back. I'd compare it to that. Listen, out of possession, we're just weak. And I think we have better players than Ake.
We have the players, Alfie. That's the problem. We have the players available. We're not
Aït-Nouri is available. Why isn't he starting this game?
Aït-Nouri and O'Reilly both, by the way.
Yeah. What? Like, I get it. Yes, I know. O'Reilly was not good when he came on, but I think he puts a second thought in somebody's driving at him. You know. People are just blowing past Nathan Ake. I get it. Nathan Ake, I know he's injured. I'm not trying to shit on the guy because he's injured and I feel bad for him. The manager should not be playing an injured player. When you have a healthy Aït-Nouri available, you shouldn't be playing him.
Why we not try Nico O'Reilly and Rodri in midfield?
Yeah. Why haven't we seen that? Because
I don't think the problem really lies in midfield, to be honest.
Go on. I'll give me your thoughts, bro. Come on.
Yeah, I don't think the problem is in midfield. I think midfield is what suffers the most because the way we use our fullbacks and wingers, we're trying to spread the pitch as wide as possible by using these wide wingers. Then we're inverting our fullbacks, but the fullbacks don't have the quality on the ball to do anything, and now they're vacating space behind them, so you have a weaker rest defense. I don't think that's a midfield issue. I think that's the issue of how we're using the fullbacks and wingers. I think I can't remember when we switched from this inverted forward to this wide winger thing. I think it was against Forest or maybe against West Ham. I can't remember really. But we were playing with inverted forwards.
Are we playing inverted forwards, or are we back to touchline wingers?
Now we're back to touchline wingers. We were playing. No. If you look at the heat maps, I'm looking through them right now.
I agree. That's why I'm laughing, because I said it at the start of the stream. It doesn't matter what players we got. He would try to do something different. When it works and it will work, then in the next game he will change it to the thing that he wants, which is touchline wingers. Because
by the way,
we start with these inverting forwards. Now the last 4 games has been about touchline wingers.
I just looked through the heat maps. Forest is the last game where we played with inverted forwards. We won that game 1-2. It's our last league win.
Say that again, sorry. Yeah, Forest. That was last year. Yeah, 2-1.
Yeah, the 2-1.
Yeah.
Since then, we've gone back to white wingers.
Yeah.
We've literally not won a game since we stopped.
Yeah. I think it was been since Doku came back from injury. Because Sunderland 0-0, Chelsea 1-1, Brighton 1-1. Tonight, brother. See, that's we need to stop blaming, because if let's be honest, if Savio played, everyone would be onto Savio.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you know what's funny?
Now they're onto Rico Lewis, but who's picking Rico Lewis? It's not like Rico Lewis is putting himself into that starting 11.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't mind Lewis, but he can't play at the right back, especially not in a derby. But that's not his fault. That's Pep's fault for putting him in that position.
But what I don't get why was Max Elneny coming off at half time?
Oh, he was just not comfortable, I think. You could tell he was feeling the pressure because he kept just holding onto the ball for a second too long. And I think he had to come off, but I don't think the answer was... I mean, it's a very lazy way of solving your problems, I think.
I don't think it was too bad.
He wasn't too bad compared to our other players, but that's because our other players were horrendous. I just checked the Newcastle game, by the way. Semenyo and Doku were more central.
See, the problem is, when I was very critical for them the last few games, but then today I stopped and I started looking at and analysing the last few games, and I said this, the same thing that I said last season. It came back to my mind. Last season I said, when 1 or 2 players out of form, I think it's okay. I think, right, you know what I mean? Like, it's just 1 or 2 players happen. They're not informed. It's okay. But when loads of players are struggling, then we need to look at the manager. It doesn't matter what team you support. It's not about Pep Man City, Pep fan base. It doesn't matter. It can be any team in the world. When the players are struggling, like multiple players in the team are struggling, your striker, your midfielders, your fullbacks, etc., then you need to look at the manager. And you need to look at the system. Is this system that we are trying to play now? Forget about Liverpool, because when we play Liverpool Sunderland, it was transition. Quick football, counter-attacks, the players were comfortable. Is this system that we play today, which is possession-based football, gets the best out of these players, especially the new players that we brought, or are we asking these players to get the best out of our system, which is what's been working the past few years?
I think Pep Guardiola always wanted to play this system, but waited until Rodri was back. I think the reason we're playing this system now is because Rodri is back. And Pep thought with Rodri we can pull it off. But the answer is clearly no. I think Pep just...
Rodri, so Rodri has been back and we haven't won a game with Rodri.
Yeah, but that's not Rodri's fault. But what I'm saying is Pep thought, okay, I want to play this system. Rodri is out. I can't play it. When Rodri comes back, I'll play the system. So Rodri comes back. He starts playing this wide winger, inverted fullback system again because he thinks I'll be able to pull it off with Rodri. He's not actually looking at what do I need to do with these players. He's looking at, can these players do what I want them to do? And if he thinks they can't, then he won't do it. But if he thinks they can, he will do it, even if he's aware that there is a different system that these players can perform at an even higher level. I'm gonna be honest, it's just narcissism. I've always said, like, listen, I respect Pep, but his ego is off the charts, and it's always going to be when you're the best at something. But the problem is when you're no longer the best, and you just look at it. All his bad results this season, almost all his bad results, are against new managers, managers with new ideas. Thomas Frank, that's a manager who plays in a different way. You've the Brighton manager, not really, but then you look Chelsea, a new manager with new ideas. You look at Man United, a new manager with new ideas. Le Brie, a new manager, not really with new ideas, but trying to re-implement old ideas. And he's struggling against this. And then Brighton, we dropped points against them twice, but it seems to be a bit of a trend. When we play a new manager who plays in a way that's just slightly different from the way teams have been playing in the past 10 years, we drop points. And what I'm talking about, when I say in a different way, I'm talking about pressing more as the weaker team, sitting deep, but always having one player up and having a very specific system of wingers inverting to collect balls coming out and fullbacks becoming the attackers. That's a thing that I've noticed a lot this season, and that's what teams are doing now. And when you play with inverted fullbacks, you're getting caught out on a counter.
What's our defensive structure? We know what we're going to do we know what we're going to do when we have the ball, which is like knock the ball about, get to the wingers go on the byline, put a cross in, hope someone is in the box to score a goal for the tap in. Yeah. But it's a 90-minute game. Yeah. You're not going to have the ball for 90 minutes. What's our defensive structure when we don't have the ball?
We don't have one.
Brother, he's on 20 million pounds a year. Are you telling me we don't have a defensive structure?
I want to ask another question. Why are our set pieces and our corners and our free kicks trash?
Well, forget about this.
I can answer you that easily.
Forget about that.
I wonder if it's kind of the same issue as the offense.
How is it? Yeah, right. How is it? We went from the treble season where a team where we literally were like, okay, you can have the ball, try to break us down. We were difficult to break down. We were difficult to get beat. We were difficult to score against. To a team where a couple of passes, they're in our box.
It's because in the treble season, we had a 5-man rest defense. We had three. We had a back three because Stones would push up and the other forward would form a back three. And then we had Stones and Rodri as a double pivot, so to say. If Rodri pushes up, it becomes Gundogan. But we have 5 players as a rest defense. And that's enough to slow any counter down. You're not trying to win the ball back. You're trying to slow the counter down. And then you go into a 4-4-2, 4-4-1-1. That's what we played as really deep in our own box in the treble season. Now we're not trying to slow down or counter and defend. We're trying to win the ball back. Yeah, we're trying to win the ball back.
Bro, we're trying to press it, yeah, and we don't have the legs to press. And we got players who don't press. Haaland don't press. Doku doesn't press, doesn't track back. Right? Why are we playing a way or a system that players are struggling? Because we literally exploit their flaws. Like we're not getting the best out of them, brother. If you're like, even we as a fan base, we know Haaland doesn't press, Doku doesn't press, doesn't track back. Why are we asking these players to go all gun ho, press from the goalkeeper, don't let them play?
Isn't that thing?
Right there, when you know if the opposition gets past your first line of press, which is your front three, your midfield is weak, and 2 passes, they're already in your box. Why is it, right, okay, we're not that good at pressing, let's drop a couple of yards deep, invite them to come in, and let's move as a block. If the ball goes on one side, we move towards one side. Back 2 banks of 4 and 2 up front. Yeah. But as soon as you get the ball, as soon as we win the ball, make sure you look at your striker making the runs. Either Haaland or Semenyo. Play the ball quick. We were winning the ball back today. It was like recycling. Oh, get the ball to Rico. Rico, I'll pass it on to my goalkeeper. Let's recycle again. Let's start the build up. I was like, what? And it's not like we were doing that once. We've done that multiple times. That's coming from the touchline. This is instruction coming from the touchline.
Have you ever paid attention to how Chelsea sets up defensively when they're going up the pitch? So they'll rest the defense specifically. Because
no, I've not.
It's always, well, if everyone's fit, which is very rare for Chelsea, to be fair, but if everyone's fit, then they've got Reece James inverting or pushing up. Usually it's inverting. And then they've got Kukureya staying back, and they form a back 3. And what do they have ahead of them? A double pivot of Caicedo and whoever is inverting. And that is the exact same setup we had in the treble season.
Yeah.
And that's Maresca. That's how he set up. That's not how Pep set up. That's how Maresca set up.
Yeah.
Our setup is 5
it's
pressing.
It's been 4 since Maresca left. Let's be real.
Roger midfield by himself in the back 4. And what their position does is they put 4 man, like literally 4 of their attacking in our, like literally. They come. We got their pressing. Yeah, it will be Haaland, Bernardo, Foden, Doku, Semenyo. All of them pressing. Roger sitting in midfield by himself. As soon as they get past that 5-man pressing, it's only Roger and the back line, and their full backs are running all them channels, them 2, and Doku is not tracking them back. Semenyo does the best he can. Haaland is not bothered.
Semenyo needs time too. I'm not gonna, like I said, I'm giving him grace. Foden off ball worthless. Rico off ball worthless.
Rico Lewis.
I'm sorry, Bernardo Silva is not giving a lot off ball either.
Lewis,
he's just not.
I'm gonna say one thing about Rico Lewis. Yeah, Rico Lewis. There was a few things he was doing in that game that were pissing me off. Every time Rico Lewis had the chance to go and win a 50-50, he backed it off.
He's scared because he's scared and he shouldn't have been playing.
Every time he has a chance to go and put a tackle, he just stands in there. He gives a 5-yard space. Oh no, I'm not. I can't touch it. He never goes on the opposition player.
He's always not good enough, and he's scared. You can't in a big game like this. The moment was too big for him. Like, he failed.
Really?
On the manager because he shouldn't have been playing.
Right. By the way, this is one of the smartest.
He shouldn't have been playing.
Yeah. That Pep Guardiola told us he's ever managed. He's one of the smartest one. What are we doing here? Let's just get into the comment because
isn't that a country with his quick maths?
I needed him. I need to read the. I need to get him. Let's
there's
just
been a lot of comments.
Yeah,
guys, thanks for listening to our little therapy session.
Yeah.
I've had it, man. I woke up at 4:30 in the morning for that shit. Yeah. I've been sick for over a week, and I woke up for that game. And I felt like I put more effort into the game than the players did. It's not that to me is unacceptable. I'm not making 300K a week. I'm not making 150K a week.
Yeah.
You know,
Big
why
up
can't
Amar.
these players show up?
Well, big up Amar. The system
But
is
you're
not
a
working.
plastic
I'm blaming the players
American.
of the game. Yeah, man. We can't keep blaming the players.
Oh,
We've said that.
I can't. I don't even want to go into what happened on the stream at the end of it.
Yeah.
Apparently, I caused a stir by saying I expected more from a derby because I'm not from
Yeah.
Manchester, so apparently I'm not allowed to say that.
MCFC, the mad hater. Slow
Hatter.
side. It's killing us. Yeah, man. We listen. It's the same, man. Arsenal gives us false hopes. Yeah. What colour is money? Black. That's why I'm wearing black, man. There's a funeral today. Do you think it's more on Pep or the
I think
players?
it's on Pep. Pep set
More
the
on
team
Pep,
up.
but also the players need to take some responsibility on the pitch.
Yeah, just because the setup is bad doesn't give
Mm.
anybody the excuse to be lazy, to not track back, to not put in a tackle, and to not fight. If it's bad tactics, that's not their problem, but you cannot give that horrible effort. So it's on
You
both
got
of them,
Kate
but more on the
Hargreaves. He
manager.
said, by the way, hope Nunes rumors ain't true and he's okay. I'm not sure. I don't know.
really hope those are.
I don't know.
Saw them and I was like, uh-oh.
I haven't seen anything, so I don't know. My guy Steve, what are you saying, brother? Only good things Arsenal drip. Is it really a good thing, though?
That's 4 points they've dropped that we can't capitalize on them.
Let's not forget, our next away game is at Anfield, and this fan base keep telling me.
No, it's at Spurs. Even worse, it's at Spurs.
It's the Spurs. So it's our boogie team, and Spurs always beat us anyway. That's the excuse that's going to be.
And
then
we won our last 2 trips there.
And then we're going to Anfield. Oh, we never win Anfield anyway. So it's the same shit with this.
Well, then we should just give up on the season then. This team doesn't deserve to win a title. If you're going to be that laissez-faire about going to Anfield, we can't win there.
Yeah, it's the same shit.
Guess what? Leeds United went in there and they got a draw. Why? Leeds United, who are fighting relegation, went in there and got a draw. Burnley went in there today and got a draw. What's our excuse? Burnley are in the drop zone and they went in and got a draw. What's our excuse?
We don't win at Anfield. Even
we're in third place. We're in third place.
Yeah,
and we can't go in and expect to get a win against a team that's not very good. When fucking relegation teams went in there and got results, why can't we expect to do that? I'm not listening to this excuse. I'm just not.
Big up,
this is our chance to pull ahead.
Donnarumma, yeah, man. Donnarumma was our best player today. If without Donnarumma, it could have been worse. It could have been 6, to be honest. We were crap. Do you know what I mean?
I got told today that the offside trap was the intention today.
Oh, so
that was a good strategy to let them score 3 offside goals.
When people are walking off in the away end, you know something is up in there. Do you know what I mean?
The match going fans need to start speaking up.
Well, see, Steve, if you know that Rodgers not up to the pace, why are you playing in front of him a player that's not on form in Foden and Bernardo who's not helping?
And Rico Lewis, who did nothing. You need to pack the midfield around him. You need to offer Rodgers support.
You see your comment, Rodgers not on pace, but we just let him be in the midfield by himself. Ake doesn't got any pace, but we play and Rico Lewis and we play in a high line.
It's stupid. We should have just been more conservative, except that we have injuries and just knock the game plan down.
I don't know, Ahmad. I don't know what to do.
And you don't need to play. Also, there's a comment. That's right. We don't need to play. We don't need to play Ake. We have Ainori.
Did the lad from Stockport play today? Yeah, man. Haaland was fucked by Exeter for 40. Haaland's been trash, man. Bro, the problem is, he got out jumped today by fucking Tyrone Lannister.
Tyrion, yeah. Who is just coming back from an ACL injury. The guy is just coming back from a major injury, and he let him out hustle him. Not cool. That to me is appalling.
I don't know, man. I don't know, bro. We were told he's got a flu, so I don't know. Stop speaking of side Bob. Fuck off.
Sideshow Bob.
Yeah. What's come up with it? Was it that? Oh, he meant Rico Lewis.
He shaved his head. He doesn't have the Sideshow Bob hair anymore.
Big up Donnarumma and Kusanov. Them two probably the only ones, to be honest. We were absolute shit. Yeah, touchline wingers with no overlap fullback in 2026. That's the problem. He doesn't want to play overlap. See, that's the problem. People think, we need to buy a right back to do what? If the left back is not allowed to overlap, would you think?
Well, apparently the system falls apart without Mateus Nunes. So If he's going to be out long term, the window's open. You better fucking go buy somebody because we're going to lose every game if Rico Lewis plays.
So the system fucks up without Nunes. Right.
Also, it's also fucked without Vardiol.
Right.
Why
Okay,
is the
so
system so dependent on two defenders?
Why is it, if the system is fucked without Nunes, so why are they asking for a right back?
I don't know.
Nunes is the right back.
We absolutely. You could play Husinov at right back, and especially once you get Mark Gahey, you could play Elaine and Mark Gahey. That actually probably helps our build up quite a bit because they're both good on the ball.
I don't even think the system is fucked without Nunez because
Let me just go through this comment. Let me just go through this comment really quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
We got Balu. I don't think Foden is a midfielder at all. Yeah, play him on the wing. I've been saying that. Get some midfielder. Yeah. Why are you worried about
He
Arsenal?
deserves to be benched. He's not doing anything properly right now. He's been awful.
Yeah, we've won 2 in the last 4 Premier League games. No, we didn't.
Had we? No, he said had we won.
Oh, had we won? Okay,
Yeah,
had we won 2 in the last 4 Premier League games, we'd be 1 point behind Arsenal. Yeah, man.
If we had just won our games, we would be ahead of them.
We haven't won. The Mad Hater, we haven't won a game this year, mate, and we've played 4 Premier League games. No wins. 3 draws, 1 defeat, and that's a team that is apparently is going for the title. We're still in the title race. Yeah,
had we not conceded late equalizers this season, that'd be at the Emirates. That brings us to within 4 points, and then we beat Chelsea. That brings us within 2 points.
Yeah,
from just late equalizers.
It should have.
And that's
defense first.
I can expect a team who's rebuilding to kind of make those mistakes, but we're not scoring enough goals.
Girl stays deluded.
Am I? Who said that?
Tiao.
Oh.
He watched some terrible.
Well, why are you watching me? If I'm deluded, why are you watching me?
It was some terrible football, but today the beginning of the end. Anyway, City fans are reactionary and suffer. I said the beginning of the end after Brighton, mate.
Mateus is a match-going Mancunian.
The rest of fans in the ass. Listen, some of them players, they're not fit to wear the shirt.
What's the thing, though? It doesn't, Steve. Unfortunately, it doesn't.
You do know we've got Anfield and Spurs, man. It's basically just we've got Wolves at home. Then there's them 2 fixtures.
I'm officially worried about that Wolves game. Wolves are playing better now. I'm officially worried about that game.
Elliot. But we always lose at Anfield anyway, even with our best teams. We never won there. And Spurs, they will beat us, so it's fine. It's 0 points. So basically, in their minds, with these excuses, we're expecting a defeat, back-to-back defeat. Because we always lose to Anfield, we always lose at Anfield, we always lose to Liverpool in their ground, and Spurs always beat us. So
that's not good enough. The team we spent 500 million since last January.
This is not good enough. Wrong. How can you accept to get beaten by Spurs and you think it's okay? Yeah, we get shooting ourselves in the very foot over and over and over. Pep getting beat by nobody's. Listen, Chelsea didn't even. Did you see that second half against Chelsea? We were awful in that second half, and they didn't even have a manager. Arsenal strong, but not superior.
We got completely bullied by their midfield because
actually beyond suicidal now.
They made a midfield sub, and our midfield is not good enough. We have not rebuilt our midfield because we cannot let go of Bernardo Silva, and that is preventing a better player from coming in.
Yeah. 3-1-6, terrible. That's our
formation.
Yeah. Steve Highland is trash. Why can't we play 2 DMs? Because the manager doesn't want to play. He said it in the press conference. I prefer not to play. He takes the creativity up front. I only like one holding midfielder. My first one is Rodri. The second is Nico G. So it's going to be
I'm sorry. We have no creativity. You can't take from nothing.
Exactly. Is the creativity from this team coming from the middle, or it's coming from out wide?
In fact, I'd say you have more creativity if you play a midfield of Rodri, Nico Gonzalez, and Reinders.
Yeah, you would. And then make Cherky come off the wing until he can get better on the ball.
But is our creativity
ball.
coming from the wingers that are putting crosses in the box, or is it actually coming from midfielder playing the balls through?
Wingers.
So why is he talking about creativity in the middle when we've got none? Is Bernardo
He
still a
thinks
creative
De Bruyne
player?
is still in the team.
How
He
many
thinks Foden is KDB.
chances? How many clear-cut chances does Bernardo Silva create in this team? How many chances does Foden create?
None.
One, two a
Foden
game.
will score. Foden will get the ball and score.
He
That's his
creates
contribution.
1 or 2 a game. But apart from that, how many does Bernardo does? Bernardo just runs around like a headless chicken. And people think...
And apparently
oh my
we
God,
can't live without it. Apparently we
unbelievable.
can't play without that.
Yeah, this is the problem with this fan base. Against Newcastle, and I was looking at the reaction line from minutes, like from the moment that second half started, up into the 65 minutes, everyone was questioning, why is Bernardo still on the pitch? When Pep was making subs, why Bernardo still on the pitch? Bernardo Silva had a scruffy with bloody Tonali. Oh my God, unbelievable performance. Oh, best player on the pitch. The PR was mad just because of that incident with Tonali.
I have not seen anyone say he had a good game against Newcastle.
Oh, Jesus. Running
Bernardo,
around, really.
Pep said give him a new contract after that. He literally said Pep give them
You
a
can't
new.
play
He said
football with
the
one
club needs to
midfielder,
give
6
Bernardo a
attackers.
new contract
Pep
because
needs
of
to
that
fix
game.
the structure first before looking at individuals. Foden, Rico are championship players. I like that. Now, to be fair,
Foden is not a championship player.
Nah, Rico would not start for Wolves.
Oh, he would. Let's be honest. When he goes forward, he looks fine, but he's not a Man City player. He's a mid-table Premier League player.
Or a championship player.
Let me know.
Let's be honest. Rico Lewis would be a decent player at Crystal Palace.
Pep is his own enemy.
We should have sent him for Gay then.
I agree with that, because I said at the beginning of the season, we've got a squad to win the league, and the only person that can win us the league is Pep Guardiola, but the only person that can stop us from winning the league is also Pep.
Yeah, we had the players. We're just not playing them correctly, and we're holding on to too many players. There are some players in the squad who are not good enough. The problem is they play every game.
I don't think Doggy was getting cooked that game, by the way.
Oh, who knew that? Well, are we not been saying that since last season? Did you think that the manager's going to bench him? It's hard.
He's been struggling since he was not good in the 4-peat season either. He is
one of the first videos.
Look, Father Time has come at this level.
Right.
He could go to Benfica and play a lot better in
this is a great comment. Semenyo is back there in Ram, like Haaland. Thrives on speed and space. And as well as crashing in the box, right? Okay, how many chances? How many times Semenyo attacked the box today? How many chances was Semenyo in the box? None.
He didn't have a single touch.
He never got the ball because nobody could get at the ball.
No. It's not about the ball. He was asked to be on the wing to hold the width while Rico Lewis get in the box. See that ball? See that header from Bernardo, which Semenyo put a decent cross. Yeah, that should have been the other way around. That should be Bernardo crossing for Semenyo.
Bernardo can't cross anymore. He's useless going forward.
Alfie, do you remember that chance from Bernardo in the first half where Semenyo put a decent cross and Bernardo headed it just goes in?
Yeah.
Bit of why? That should be the other way around. Bernardo crossing the box
but Bernardo would not make that cross to begin with.
Exactly, because he's not good enough anymore. And he plays every game. This is a problem. You're benching a better player for him every game he plays.
The box we're asking Doku to cross the box to Bernardo and Rico Lewis, or whoever is inverting. Rico Lewis in the box with Haaland. And we're asking Semenyo to cross the box to Bernardo and Rico and Haaland. It should be the other way around.
You want to know a stat, by the way?
What?
Rico Lewis and Semenyo had the same amount of touches in the box. What are we doing? Like generally,
the manager's not adapting to the players.
Semenyo doesn't know how, or Pep doesn't know how to use Semenyo again.
He knows.
I'm glad we keep buying all these players, and Pep doesn't know what to do with them.
No, that's the problem, Kel. He knows, but he doesn't want to.
Pep Linders knows what to do with them
because it will go against. It will go against against his philosophy, to what he knows, to what he learned. If people look at Manchester City playing a different way to what they've been playing in the past few seasons, they were like, "Oh, there must be a change there." If people start looking at Man City, or they now a counter-attack team, they sit deep, they don't press. They'll be like, "Why did they change?" Who cares? The players that we bought are changing the style of play. But you asking these players, Reinders is not a tiki-taka player.
No,
Neither
he's
is
not.
Cherky. Oh, Cherky lost the. At least Cherky was trying when he came on. He was taking risks. The reason why Foden, Bernardo, and Rico they started today is because they're safety first players.
They're not though. They're not anymore.
No. In terms
they're
of
not. They don't do what he's asking them to do.
No, they do. They do.
Don't.
Oh, Kel, they do.
That's why we keep fucking up, because they can't do. They are not doing the job.
No. When I mean safety first, is like get the ball, play sideways, that just do the simple passing. Don't take any
And they
risk.
constantly lose the ball. All three of them constantly lost the ball today, so they're not doing what Pep is asking.
There you go. Then what is the problem? Who's to blame on this?
Well, some of it is just the players just aren't good enough anymore.
Ake and Doku should have not been playing minutes as they did, but regardless, if the rumors are true, Proud the boys even showed up to play.
If your job is to control the tempo, hold the ball, and be safe, and when you're the one doing that, and we have some of the most chaotic moments of the season when it's your job to be controlling the tempo and calming everything down, then you are failing at your job.
The team also
and that's happened constantly this season.
And isn't functional, which makes things worse.
Brother, think about this. What have been our most chaotic moments this season? Second half versus Leeds United at home, the second half against Fulham, the second half versus Chelsea. Who is the tempo setter in all those games? Or in all those moments? Who is the one in charge of holding onto the ball, collecting, being calm, and setting the tempo and controlling the flow of the game? Who was it?
This is the problem with Pep Guardiola and how spoiled he's been to have had Kevin De Bruyne, Gundogan, Prime, Bernardo Silva, Fernandinho, and Rodri at different points in time in a single team. All of them are tempo setters. We don't have that anymore.
We have one on the pitch, and he's failing at it every time he's in charge of it. Who came off the pitch, and the game turned into chaos against Fulham? Nico G came off the pitch, so we can't blame him on that one. The veteran on the pitch was the captain. He was in charge of holding on to the game, and it turned into chaos, complete chaos.
This is where Pep doesn't really think that much about it as people. People might think Pep overthinks this. I don't think Pep is really thinking a lot about this at all, about setting the tempo, because he's been so spoiled with having every single midfielder in his team be able to do that flawlessly.
So why is he trying to play that way when we don't have the players for that anymore?
Yeah, because he's not thinking about it. I generally don't think he's thinking about this.
Well, then there's a problem.
That's a major problem.
We were winning games and we were playing direct, and we gave up possession of the ball, and we were playing direct and just kind of sitting back and waiting. We were winning games that way. We go back to possession, and we can't buy a win anymore.
Yeah, this guy admitted to not reviewing the games after losing an FA Cup final. I mean, I don't know what to say about that.
I don't know. I'm getting frustrated. I think we're a better team. That's why I'm so emotional right now, is because I think we are a better team than we're showing. We have better players, and we have the best manager in the world. What the hell is he doing?
See that this comment, yeah? Why Pep frees Mamouche out of the team? Mamouche is coming back, right? Do you think Mamouche is going to be playing ahead of Haaland?
He better play that Wolves game, because I don't want Erling Haaland anywhere near the pitch.
So if Mamouche is
going to first, isn't it?
Yeah, we've got both the Glim on Tuesday.
I don't want Haaland playing in the midweek and Champions League. I want him playing in the league, because I think Haaland's problem isn't himself. I think he's just exhausted. put him on one game a week.
Well, that's
for a while.
Pep's fault because Pep
Yeah. No, I
refused
agree.
to use Marmouche when we had him.
Well,
We can't change a winning team. Well, guess what? That winning team is now burnt out. They're all out of form, and half of them got injured.
He
wouldn't rest anybody.
No, he's got goal bonuses, so he needs to play.
He's got what?
Goal bonuses.
Oh God. Oh.
He's got a 10-year contract. What's he gonna do? Cry about it?
I literally got told that he can't bench Holland. Holland is above benching because he has to hit his goal bonuses.
It felt like Ake was moving in slow motion. Brother, I said it, yeah. I said
Ake is injured right now. He should not be playing. We have an option available, and he refused to use 2 of them.
No, I would rather use that young fella, Funi, as a left back than Ake.
Yeah. Where's Mafuni?
But he gets eaten alive.
Ainori's an experienced Premier League player. Why can't Ainori get a game?
Why is it Ainori not playing?
I have no idea.
He's more than 5 minutes in a game. When you have an injured center back, don't exacerbate his injury. You play a healthy player because the injured player is not helping you. He's hurting you.
I know it's
United were targeting him the whole game.
Everyone remembers the fullback overlapping during in the Juventus game this summer. Yeah, they were overlapping against Wolves as well. That was Ainori, but Ainori got injured against Spurs, which is.
You remember it against Newcastle when Ainori came off the bench and we immediately got a goal. Cherki's goal.
Brother, that's what they're good at. Ainori is no use if you ask him to invert in midfield. He told us
I think he can do it. To be fair, he's got
no. He can do, but when you resign Ainori,
I have to address this, Martin. Right. Who's asking you for info? I don't ask you for info.
Right.
I know it stresses you out, and I know that people give you shit for being wrong. So I choose to not participate in that. I don't want to contribute to to you feeling bad. So I don't ask for info. So please.
Ainori in his first interview.
Comment is not that comment is false.
Ainori in the first interview at the club, he said it. I like to
I'm going to send Daniele the link. Hang on.
Yeah, I like to cross the ball. So if a player likes to cross the ball, then you need to capitalize on his strength, which is allow him to go up and down the field to put some crosses in the box. Don't tell them to invert. Do me a favor. Nunes is a good crosser. Nunes put some decent crosses in there. Do you know what I mean? But obviously we have.
What have I asked you? No. What have I asked you about, Martin? I don't want to. I know how bad that makes you feel. I don't want to contribute to that, so I don't ask you for anything. You have given me info without me asking, but I don't ask you. And if you don't want to share with me, that's fine. I'm not going to begrudge you. It's your information. You can do whatever you want. I'm not going to get mad at you. I don't want to contribute to you getting harassed online. So I just stay out of it.
I'm going to say something very low here, but. When's Foden's next post about the statistics?
Say that again.
When is Foden posting about his statistics again?
I don't know.
Did you not see that?
No.
he posted on, I believe, Instagram.
Goals this season. I don't follow none of these players on social media.
Yeah, but it was probably jokes. He posted a statistic of how many goals he had this season compared to last
year. Yeah. That was before. That wasn't today. That was days ago.
No. That was a few days ago.
Yeah, that was a few days ago. Yeah. Also, Roger was dying in midfield. There was too much space to cover. Well, we've been saying that for months now. There's too many structural issues. Pep is ignoring them or being stubborn. Well, listen. We don't need Gehi. We have Elaine. Listen, even if he had Gehi today, the problem would still be the same. It would not change.
You don't have to talk, Martin. If you don't want to answer me, if I'm asking you these questions, then just don't answer me. It's fine. That's okay. We can be friends otherwise. I don't want to start any drama with you because I respect you and I really enjoy your content. I enjoy being on your spaces. I enjoy talking to you, and I don't want something bad to happen. So I'm just. If you don't want to give me info, fine. That's okay. I respect you. It's fine.
If we're going to get into that comment soon, fix the midfield. The team lacks fundamental of football while trying to force goals. It's never going to work long term. Man. Man. It's gonna be a long season. It's gonna be a long season. I don't know Riverstan. I don't believe in anything that's going online up until the club comes out with a statement. So I don't know. Bernardo and Foden absolutely useless. They've been
Pep said Nunes has the flu. That's the story we're going with.
Yeah. I used to protect Foden a lot, but I'm done. He's not a leader. He's shit. Yeah.
He's just in a poor vein of form.
Whatever, man.
That's unfair. And apparently he broke his wrist or something today. I saw a tweet from Jack Gaughan that said that, or from some in Batchka. One of them said that he fractured his hand or something. Yeah. So that's fucking get well soon. Just get well soon. Let me see if I can find the tweet. All right, Daniele's here.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna be honest though, again, I don't think Foden was the problem here today because
I don't think it was.
Because I'm gonna be honest, you give Foden the space to run into the pockets and the box, he's gonna pick up a goal, but he's got nowhere near that space. And I don't think his performance was that bad. He got onto the ball when he was given the ball, and he didn't lose it. That's all he needs to do. It's not his job to create. He's not a creator. But we keep forcing him into this creator role, which I don't think that's Foden's fault, that he's forced into a role that he's not good at.
Yeah, I don't get this role for him. I agree with that. I
agree. I don't think it was the problem today. Yeah.
I mean, I think he could have done more, but he did lose the ball a bunch of times, and that to me, again, we can't control the game because we keep losing the ball. It's frustrating. It's frustrating, man. I just think we're a better team than this. And to see us keep making these like elementary mistakes, it gets frustrating.
Why would the bench Bernardo Silva? The manager's never good. He's not doing that. There's more chance of you winning the lottery than Bernardo being benched. Do you know what I mean? We need physicality in midfield. We can't why can't Nico Riley play alongside Rodri? We've been saying that we need physicality in midfield since last season. Is there anything changed this season? No. So do you think it's going to change in the next 6 months? No. It is what it is. He told us in the press conference, it is what it is. Pick up Daniel. Daniel, what's your thought on the game, man? You good?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I've calmed down. I'm going to give my best opinion possible.
We can't hear you, bro.
United were... Hold on.
What about now?
Oh, much better. That's much better.
Okay, yeah, sorry, I'm driving. United were the better side. They were more athletic. They were quicker to the ball. There was a desire and intensity, a directness in how they played. It seemed like they had a tactic. Regardless of how the game was going to go, they were going to execute that tactic. And it's almost like they waited to see whether City were going to do what they were told City were going to do. And City did exactly that. We went on the attack. They waited for the counterattack to go on counterattack, and they overloaded, and then they switched. And in those 50-50 situations, the physicality is one side. We just don't also have enough of the athletes in some of those key positions. Fullbacks, I mean, Nico Riley is probably the best athlete at fullback. Kusanov and Gavardio are the best athletes at center backs. I think Diaz is also a good athlete and knows how to defend, but he's not there. It puts Kusanov with a Nathan Nake and then communicating with Rico Lewis and whatnot. It makes it very hard. They were just a better side. They were the better side, and that first game that we played against United at the start of the season, even though we won, you could see some of the flags there. Mbeumo, for all his faults, he takes his chances and he keeps trying and trying. And then with the addition of Cunha, when they made it, I said, oh, that's going to be a problem because he will stretch the game and be a focal point on the attack. And one more additional body that we have to worry about, it only takes one chance. Could have things been different if we would have rotated and used some of those players? I believe so. At this point in the season, there's nothing we can do. I want to believe that the ones that come back now, that they're going to be utilized. I'm not putting much faith because I saw Semenyo today being used as a touchline winger, even though Bournemouth don't use him as an out-and-out touchline winger. So that to me didn't make sense. And then when you took Holland off, you used Mukasa and Semenyo as false nine or as a target striker. And at that point, the game was kind of lost in rhythm. And you're feeding the ball, crossing it in, and no one was making the runs. Even then, Tijani Reiner, when he was brought on, was supposed to make a run into the far post. He could not find the rhythm of the game, which again, under 21 manager, 4-day manager, canteen manager, Bodo Glimt manager, Spanish manager, Bournemouth manager. It just seems, even Crystal Palace manager, it's like they say, we dare you to do this again, and we are going to find you out, and we do it. And I'm going to say we because it's a collective, and we do it again. We recruit the profiles that are
Glasner did it. Remember Glasner? Glasner,
yeah.
When we beat them 5-2, sorry to interrupt you. When we beat them 5-2 at home, Glasner said it. Yeah, next time he said in the press conference, next time we meet, yeah, I'm gonna beat them.
Yeah,
and that was an FA Cup.
And he did. It's funny because it's the same setups, the same profiles. It's like a physical front line. All you got to do is either combine, running behind on them, or do a hold up play, and then just go on the attack, and they will break. And we break every time. And it's like I keep asking myself, how can he not see that? Does he not want to see that? There's smart people that work at City. There's smart people that are trying to solve the problems. But if the setup on game day is that I'm going to do it my way, we're going to play our way, or some players are just not capable of responding or reacting for whatever reasons, I don't know what's going to give, because unless you really get the players that are needed, and my concern now is, okay, you got the physicality in Semenyo, but from today's game we saw that unless he's being used properly, it's not really gonna matter. Rodri coming back was supposed to solve some issues, but again, how the midfield is being set up, Rodri not being fully fit or just not being the sort of athlete that's required on these sort of games, his immobility, or the type of immobility that Pep asks him to move in that sixth row, it creates gaps of space where when he's supposed to drop for a transition game, he doesn't drop. And when he's supposed to step up, he doesn't step up. So it's problematic. I don't know the players that you're going to bring in if they're going to solve. And then the other person that was speaking, I was listening, the tempo controllers, when Viana signed Nippon, there was a kid, and I keep referencing the kid because of the profile. There was another Finnish kid that they've been scouting, and he's a controller. So clearly somebody in the building understands that we need a controller. But my thing is like, okay, that can't be the only controller you're looking at. At some point, you got to find other options and bring it in. You can't just wait for the right back or the right midfielder. Football's too big. There's too.
You have to coach some of these players you're buying too. Why do we just keep discarding, like a Marmouche? Why are we just discarding him after?
Because I think there's a part. Pep Guardiola likes to coach players that are closer to the finished product versus players that are at the start of the product.
Well, that's the problem then, because we can't get any of those players who are almost there. Unless you're going to go get a Vitinha, unless you're going to go get a Lamine Yamal. Like, we can't get these players anymore. You have to coach them.
And I've come up with a lot of these comments. But Rodri is washed, right? See, we've made this comment last season to define Akanji, Gundo, KDB, even Bernardo, it's not about the players. The way we playing football and the way we set up, it doesn't matter who's the DM. They are going to struggle. Because
yeah,
we're
Nico G's a fresh
exposing
player.
them.
He's struggling mightily.
Yeah, and you saw it. You saw it. Yeah, remember when we played Sunderland? Nico G came off in the first half. Nico G came off for Rodri, and everyone in the fan base was saying, "Oh my god, I know Nico G is doing so well. However, Rodri is just different." Now they're saying Rodri's washed.
Yeah, people make
But
your
you
mind
know
up.
that is people don't analyze structure. They don't analyze process. They don't analyze
This
tactics.
structure will expose Rodri, who just came back from a long-term injury.
Yeah,
Because
what do you
he's
think,
got
Daniele,
no one-
tactically? Is this
he's got no
3-1-6
one-
benefiting anybody on our team?
He's got no one in that midfield to take the pain out of him to say, right, I'm going to defend on this side, you defend on that side.
I keep hearing Bernardo's that guy, but when I watch the game, I don't see it.
Why people see?
And why does Foden get away with doing nothing? Why does Rico Lewis get away today with doing nothing off the ball? The four of them combined did nothing off ball.
I'm not going to speak on
Foden, Turkey when he came on, Bernardo Silva and Rico Lewis.
I'm not going to speak
on an island by himself with Casemiro and Kobe Mainoo, and he couldn't handle it.
I'm not going to speak on the captain. See, because we are seeing the same problem that we saw last season, even though you're saying that this season is different players.
The system just doesn't work with these players. And no matter how the manager is trying to push it, it's not going to work. These players aren't good enough.
Why is Semenyo today struggling? He's a new player, right? Why is he struggling?
Do you guys think there's a bit of epistemic insecurity at the club, especially with the coaching staff? Because I just look at a lot of this stuff and I'm like, are these coaches too scared to say to Pep, you're wrong? Not because they're afraid of being reprimanded, but because they're afraid of being wrong themselves, or because they don't trust their own judgment. Because
so it's his way.
I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, sorry. Never mind. Go ahead. You go first.
But it can be his way or no way. But I'm not telling you that honestly.
I think they already know it. Listen, Pep will listen to other people's idea and he was trying to implement it in certain games, but that won't be his identity.
Yeah, no, but it's a thing. The players don't have to listen. I'm gonna be honest. Pep Guardiola.
If the players don't listen, they won't play.
That's not true. We have no bodies, so a lot of these players are getting away with murder.
Yeah, but the favorites are fine. The favorite can do whatever
The
they
favorites
want.
don't do what they're not doing anything positive.
They can do whatever they want, but
And that's a problem.
But
let's say, for example, if you're the Gianni Grinders, if
you know why Ryan Cherky didn't start today.
Yeah.
Why?
So,
because he kept shooting against Newcastle. He was supposed to pass to Haaland. He kept shooting. That's why he got benched.
And he got a
didn't do
goal.
what Pep
Haaland
wanted
didn't
him
get a
to do.
goal.
Yeah,
Haaland
but
did fuck all.
Well, that's not true. He got in positions, to be fair. He just didn't get a ball. But
Well, Turkey's supposed to give him the ball, and Turkey doesn't have the ball. Turkey's on the bench.
yeah, but it's the thing. Pep doesn't care. Pep looks at a player. Did you do what I asked you to do? No. Well, get on the bench. But at the same time, as a player, you just have to. Sometimes you just have to pick a moment to do something. And I feel like these players. This is a derby. Listen, in a derby, sometimes you just have to fucking ignore the manager and do what you have to do. I mean, look at
fight. The problem is, even today, there was no fight. There was like no
The whole
intensity
team.
in that game.
That's a problem. If the only person trying to fight is the keeper.
Listen, people don't come up with this excuse. Oh, maybe there's a bad news. No. Don't give me that crap.
Oh, what, the Nunes thing?
Yeah,
which first of all isn't confirmed.
Yeah, we're not speculating on rumors. We're not going to speculate.
I'm sick
According to the manager, he has the flu, so get well soon. I hope you don't have this flu because I've had this for almost 2 weeks and I'm miserable. And if he has this flu for 2 weeks, he ain't coming back anytime soon. I'm just going to say that.
If the news is true, which is a big if.
We're not.
I
speculating
don't
with that,
think
so.
players would pussy out because of that. I think players would double down and want to win even more.
Yeah,
I
that's a
don't
good
think that's
point.
I don't think that's the type of news that makes players want to play like pussies against their biggest rivals.
Yeah, just because a player's missing. So is our season fucked because we have Nunes is out and Vardiel's out? Like, players are going to get injured. That's just part of it. The manager has to adapt. And you're one of the highest paid men. You're one of the best men. You've won 18 trophies at this club. You need to adapt better. Trying to play the treble system with a bunch of washed up players ain't going to work.
I don't know if I said this to you guys, but I'll set this somewhere. But basically, I was talking about Haaland's movement in the box because you remember when we had Aguero and Sterling would run to the far post so Aguero could go wherever. You remember when we had Grealish going to the far post in the treble season so Haaland could run wherever. Why the fuck is Semenyo not on that far post?
Semenyo got here 4 days ago. He like, give him time.
No. This is not Semenyo's problem. This is a Pep
Semenyo
problem.
just got here.
Yeah, because the reason why
Semenyo
Semenyo wasn't that far post is because Rico Lewis had to get it. It wasn't getting in the box. So someone
Rico Lewis kept losing the ball.
Someone needs to hold it with, which is Semenyo. So if the fullbacks are getting to the box, then the winger needs to stay in his position.
So
how are we supposed to liberate space for Haaland in the box then?
We don't.
Preaching to the choir.
We can't. I don't know. I don't know how to.
But this is what I mean.
That's
like,
we're idiots on the couch. This is for Pep Guardiola to figure out. And you can't just tell me that the whole system we're fucked because our one overlapping fullback is missing a game. You can't just give up on the game. You can't just give up on the season because 1 or 2 players are missing. You got to adapt.
I mean, I know he just came back as well, though. So you can do the exact same system, but just swap
for the left side instead of the right.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not? Play Husinov further back and play, let Ake, Husinov, and Elaine just stay back.
Do you think
send him forward? Yeah, why not? We do everything down the left-hand side anyway.
Do you think Aït-Nouri is going to start against Wolves?
I hope so. I don't want Nathan Ake anywhere near that game. The guy's injured.
He's starting O'Reilly, and he's putting Ake at centre back.
Yeah, I think so too.
He's not going to start You're not going to start Aït-Nouri.
Then why did we buy him? Why did we buy him? We've got players. He'd rather play an injured player or a player who's terrible in form, right? Who's having a really bad vein of form because he's a young player. If you're going to do that, if you'd rather do that and then play a perfectly healthy guy who just got a bunch of match fitness,
in fact, if we get Gehi, I think Gehi will start. Gehi will start with Kusanov, or maybe.
No, he'll play with Ake. I guarantee it.
No.
And it's going to be
if Nunes is not back, then he'll play Kusanov right back, Gehi and Ake, and he'll play O'Reilly. He will not play.
That's still a massive hole. That's a massive, massive hole because Ake can't run.
Yeah, but
the guy's playing injured. It's unfair. It's unfair to him. I don't want to have to judge him right now, but I have to because he's playing. And I know he's injured. I know there's context to it, but it's frustrating. I don't think he needs to play. I think we have the players without him. Against Wolves, you don't need Nathan Ake. Against Wolves, try out Husinov right back. If assuming Nunes has not recovered from his flu, Elaine and Gehi, and then Aït-Nouri. Try it out. It's against Wolves at home. Like, try it. See what happens. Get Ake some rest. Ake's going to have to play in this Bodo Glimt game because Gehi, Max Elaine, and Semenyo, they can't play because they're not registered because they were on different teams. Before when the rosters came in, they can't play until the knockout round. So Ake's going to have to play that game. You better hope he gets through it because we don't have who's our backup. Funny.
This is a great comment. Big up Dasco. Players did not step some. Well, I think he meant players did not step up. Some are tired. Some just don't have it. But biggest problem is step up of the team and the balance Plus, doesn't help when we didn't rotate at all when we had the chance. The game against Dortmund was done in the 64th minute.
Start making subs. Oh, we got a
No
super chat
subs.
here. We got a
Do you know what I
let
mean?
me get to the super chat. Thank you, LB. Nunes, Kusanov, Gehi, Aitnori, O'Reilly, midfield. Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Give it a shot. It's against Wolves. Why not? Or try. You could experiment with Rodri and Nico O'Reilly together in the midfield.
Even the game
maybe.
against
I don't know.
Newcastle, we scored the third goal in the 69th minute. There's still 20 minutes to go. Take one of the centre halves. Take Diaz. Get some rest. Nothing.
Hey,
They played
Vardy
90
played 5,000 minutes
they
last
both
year.
play 90 minutes. So, yeah, man.
Why didn't we never rotate Vardy? It's just it's so frustrating. It's just the man management this season has been atrocious.
Has been a problem. We haven't been good in big games as much improved.
I'm going to push back on that slightly. Last year we lost to Liverpool at home. This year we beat them. I know it wasn't convincing, but we still beat them. So that's a good sign. That's okay. If you don't respect this, then why are you here? Keep talking, man. I'll ban you.
Yeah, but we beat Chelsea at home last year.
Yeah, and then we dropped off this year. So that's one step forward, one step back. That's the problem. Is that we are making some steps forward this year, but we're also making a lot of steps back. I think we lost to Spurs last year at home. We lost to them again this year. We lost to Brighton away. We lost to them again this year. I think we had the exact same result at home where we drew to them last season. It's just, I think a lot of us just got I'm going to admit, I thought we were good enough to win the title this year.
Right.
The way we were playing earlier in the season was showing me, and Arsenal have not shown me that they're this dominant,
if
team that is unbeatable.
If Aston Villa wins tomorrow, we're gonna drop down to third with 7 points behind Arsenal, 3 points behind Aston Villa. Are we in the top four?
We got to be worried about Liverpool. We're going to fall into place. We might fall into fourth with Liverpool.
Are we in the top 4 battle again after the money we spent?
Yeah, that is a serious question that the board needs to ask Pep Guardiola.
The point gap is too big, I think, to be fair. But I mean, I don't. I think we're securely top 3. The point gap is too big, but we shouldn't be securely top 3. We should be fighting for that league title. This is not fighting for a league title. This is not competing. Competing is actually, I don't know, being within 2-3 points of a title, not being within 7 points, drawing 3 games in a row, losing a game. That's not competing. So we're not competing, let's be honest. And if we win the title, which at this point I doubt, it's not gonna be because we were a good team. It's gonna be because Arsenal bottled it. If Arsenal don't win the title at this point, they have bottled it. Just plain and simple. We have just had these opportunities to rotate, as you guys say. We didn't take it. We had these opportunities in the first half of the season to experiment, to do these things, to figure out how we're going to play. We did not take it. And now we're going to pay for it in the second half of the season with players being out, tired, injured. But then we're going to go on a run again from March or April. And we'll finish second and people will get gassed up. Oh, look, we can still go on runs. Of course we can. But if you're dropping this many points at the halfway periods of the season, then that late run is going to come too late.
We haven't won a game this year. We haven't won a Premier League game this year.
Yeah. And we were leading in 2 of them also. We were leading at home in 2 of them, and we bottled both of them.
2 away, no wins, 3 draws.
Well, everybody's saying it's Rodri's fault because since Rodri came back, so everybody's it's all Rodri's fault.
No, wait there, Kel. Since Rodri came back, but when Rodri came on and against Sunderland to replace Nico Gonzalez, everyone will say, "Oh, Rodri's back." Sorry, Nico Gonzalez, but Rodri's a different animal. Yeah. So fast forward 3 games, and now Rodri's washed.
Yeah, exactly. People can't make their mind up.
What we
Is he
doing?
washed up, or is he? What is it? Or is he back? Is he still the best? I think what's happening with him is completely normal. He's struggling to find consistency because that's what happens when you miss 18 months. The difference is we're not surrounding him with players that can absorb the pressure when he is struggling. He's just expected to be brilliant, and he's not going to be brilliant consistently for probably a couple more weeks or maybe even months. So you need to play support next to him, support that will stay with him and hold his hand. I know it's hard to say that against a Ballon d'Or winner, but he's still finding his form. And Bernardo Silva's not offering that. So you got to find someone else who will. I don't know who it is. Do we have that player on the roster? I don't know. No, just ignore those comments. That's from earlier. I don't want to get into that. I respect Martin. I'm not gonna beef with him.
I'm begging him for info. Mate, are you drunk or something?
No. Mateus, just let it go. Just let it go.
Fuck me.
I just let it go. Martin is entitled to his opinion. I don't want to start any drama with him.
Stay in the pub, mate. Stay in the pub.
Hope you got home safe. That's all I'm going to say.
I just want to address some of the Haaland stuff though, because this is ridiculous. People talking about Haaland on 500k. Imagine Aguero on 500k. Aguero went 1 goal in 10 games in December and January once. He started the season with 1 goal in 8 games, I believe. Strikers go on droughts. Why is nobody else scoring? We know Haaland is going to go on a drought. Why do we die the moment Haaland isn't scoring?
We don't have goal scorers on the pitch now. Okay, it's Semenyo. The guy who just came in is expected to pick it. Doku doesn't score goals. Bernardo doesn't score goals. Rico Lewis doesn't score goals. Rodri right now is not scoring goals. So when you have when 4 or 5 out of 6 aren't scoring goals, then it's a problem.
When Aguero
he should be scoring goals, but he's not.
When Aguero went on a run where it scored 1 goal in 10 games, 1 goal in 8 games, De Bruyne scored, Silva scored, Toure scored.
Yeah,
nobody's scoring when Haaland
right now. Where are they? Where are those goals?
By the way, Teal, I'm sorry, Teal. Sorry, I'm going to answer the chat again. I'm sorry. Aguero stepped up in the big moments. He has 1 late winner in his career, and that's against QPR. You are just imagining this super clutch player. Aguero is a great player, but you can't say Aguero is so great, I'm going to use him as a bashing stick for Haaland. That's not how football works. It's simply not how football works. Aguero was a great player, sure. It's not a bashing stick for Haaland. You're just having this nostalgia where you filtered out all the bad of Aguero. You have this deified version of Aguero, and this deified version of Aguero you use to slander our current players. We're doing the same with Foden. We have this deified, faultless version of De Bruyne, and we use it to bash Foden like a hammering stick. That's not analysis. That is not analysis. And you want to talk about stepping up in big games. Erling Haaland has 0.9 goals per game against Big Six. Is that not stepping up? That is the second most is Salah with 0.67, by the way. Is that not stepping up in big games? Did he not step up against Arsenal earlier in the season? Erling will only create if this team creates. Okay. Like I'm sorry, these people just have this funny understanding of football where they don't actually analyze football. They don't understand how it works.
Yeah, but Erling Haaland didn't have any service today.
Yeah, but what do people think Aguero would have done in this game? He would have done fuck all. I'm sorry. No one's doing anything in this game. The manager set up a failing game.
That's the problem with this fan base. They keep blaming players. I put a tweet out 3 days ago. You guys are running out players to blame. You guys are running out players to blame. You blame Savage not here for you to blame. He's injured. Oscar Bob is not here for you to blame. He's injured. Nico Gonzalez not here for you to blame. So you've got your favorite Rodri. Now Rodri's washed.
Yeah, people make your mind up on that.
Diaz is slow. oh, Diaz is too slow. He's not here. Now you miss him. Nunes, oh, Nunes not good enough. Need the right back. Now he's not here. So now you miss him. Donnarumma, oh, Donnarumma is a problem playing out of the back. Well, now you're saying that Donnarumma was, if it wasn't for him, he could have been way worse. So, yeah, keep blaming the players. Keep blaming the players. That's what I can tell. The problem is there. The problem is there for everyone to see. We've got a manager problem, not players problem. Yeah, and that needs to change. I know people don't want to accept it. Yeah, but everything has an end. Yeah, the same way. So why is someone calling me? Jesus.
I don't know. No, just ignore it. I think someone's butt dialing.
Right. The same way, yeah, the player's career go back past them when they hit a certain age, so does the manager. Yeah, the game has changed. The new bloods.
I wanted to bring this up earlier, but do you guys think Pep Guardiola? Do you think Pep Guardiola can't adapt to this 5 substitution rule?
The problem is, you know what? The problem is, I asked this question when he got the contract extension, right? Does Pep renew the contract because he still believes that he's got that fire and he still believes that, right, I want to win more trophies? Or he renewed that contract because he wants to put City in a better position?
I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I don't even care about that because I'm just looking at the grander picture, and I'm looking at this, yeah. The 5 substitution rule. It changed from 3 substitutions to 5 substitutions in the treble season. But nobody was used to 5 substitutions back then. Now everyone is used to 5 substitutions, and you see teams make substitutes earlier, make more substitutes, and you see managers consistently using substitutes at halftime to change games. Pep is not doing this. The rules have changed. Like literally, the rules of football have changed. You're allowed more substitutions. Pep Guardiola has never made great use of his substitutes bench. That's just fact. He's never made great use of his subs. It seems like substitutes are a more important part of the game now that you've got 5 of them instead of 3. It seems like the rules have changed and Pep is not adapting to that rule change.
Yeah, but why? He said he doesn't like making subs. What makes you think he's going to make any subs?
I don't think he is going to make any subs, and that's the problem.
Why is not? Why not? He's asking. Right, we've got the game. There's more games as the season goes by. There's more games being played. There's more international break these days.
It's not more games being played. I'm sorry. Diego Maradona was playing 60 games a season. This is
no. I mean, in terms of Champions League, there's 2 extra games in the group stage, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's more games. That's what I meant. And there's an addition of 1 international break. So, and there is international tournament every summer.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah.
There's no more, like, there's not summer. There's no breaks. Football. Every summer there's football.
Yeah, these players are not. They're all gonna burn out before they're 30.
They've had the rate they're going. 5 subs. Yeah. Why is there our manager? Yeah. Only makes 1 or 2 subs a game. One makes on the 60-odd minute or 70-odd minute, and the next sub he makes with 5 minutes to go.
Diminishing returns, because it's the thing, yeah. Back in the day, it was a very good argument for don't make substitutions, because if you're going back to before when you still had 3 substitutes, when Pep was coming onto the scene. Back in his debut season, you could make a very good argument for we're only going to make 3 substitutions at most. You don't really want to waste those substitutions in case of an injury either, so you're going to keep 1 of them. And so maybe you have 2 substitutions, but if you mess something up with 1 substitution, you only have 1 substitution left to fix it. And that's a mentality. Be careful before making a substitution. Now, however, you've got 5 substitutions. So if you fuck something up with your first 2, you've got 2 substitutions left to fix it. And that's a completely different mentality. But Pep is stuck in the old mentality with which he has coached at professional level for 2 decades.
Right, do you know this comment? Yeah. JS, big up JS346, yeah. Anyone with a bit of ball knowledge knows the caretaker manager at United is going to do the basics playing counter, right? Which means their weakest way for you giving them the ball instead. Right, Pep Guardiola came out on the press, yeah, and that interview that they do before the game, yeah, just before when the lineup started announced and whatnot, then they go ask a few questions. If a player is missing from the starting 11, they get asked questions, and he was asking. What you guys got planned for United? And he said, I don't know, because obviously he said there's a new manager, so we didn't have much to look into. And I was like, you should know this. Man United in the Manchester derby at Old Trafford, they always play the same.
I'm sorry, actually. Doesn't this guy have under 21s games and stuff to look at?
They forget about under 21s. They're gonna let you have the ball and they'll hit you on the counter. They done that when they had Rashford, when they had bloody Di Maria. They do that every season. You don't need a bunch of videos. Alfie, Kel, here. You knew what Manchester United planned before the game, before the ball was kicked.
Yeah. So we're gonna sit back and counter. We beat them by giving them the ball at the end. We sat back and countered.
Our manager on a £20 million a year is telling the whole world that he didn't know how Man United is gonna set up.
Bro, you know why he did that? I'll tell you why he did that. Because he don't trust the off the ball structure.
Here we go.
I'm
just gonna listen.
I'll be honest with you guys.
We got a fraud alert.
Listen, guys, I will be honest with you guys. I think the guy could find out. I think if his philosophy works only if you have, I think
he looked out of idea in that touch line.
You know the problem is, you know what's mad is, even if you look back the game against United today, Carrick didn't do anything special. He just didn't do a basic thing. He just say to his teams, play compact, don't give up space in the middle, and every time you get back the ball, quick attack. That's the only thing he did. Nothing special.
Okay, how do we fix the off-ball structure? Because that's your main talking point now. You've backed off of Holland for a bit.
I'll tell you how you fix it.
How do we fix it?
I'll tell you how to fix it. You go back what you did against Liverpool, against Bournemouth. You go back the structure you got. He got a structure, he got a system, and it worked. And then we went to the international, and then when we came back against Newcastle, he played high line, free flow football. I just asked him, why are you doing this? Why? Are you sabotaging our season? That's a big problem. And I also
Rashid, sorry to cut you off. His name is sabotaging. It's just done right. Put sabotaging aside. It's just stupidity from Pep. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna fucking sugarcoat it. And Mateus knows me, and I won't sugarcoat shit. It's pure stupidity. And Mateus, listen, I don't care if someone fucking says whatever the fuck they'll call me. Say whatever you want, and I'll just simply tell you to fuck yourself. But hey, it's pure stupidity, Mateus. It does not take a rocket scientist to know that fucking United were gonna park a fucking jumbo Airbus fucking aeroplane. And this fucking egghead fucking decides to put this fucking system out.
Bro, listen.
Like, please. All right, we got a rant here. Let's go.
Like, Kels, I don't understand this. We all knew United were gonna put up a fucking Boeing 7 fucking airport, a plane, and this fucking idiot still does that fucking system. And another thing is, I know Mateus is gonna start laughing. What the fuck has Mr. 47 did today? And normally I criticize Bernardo, but Bernardo was a lot better today.
You support him. When I ask you, when I told you, listen, don't flip flop, don't flip flop.
More Rashid, shut up, man. Let me finish. Yeah.
Be nice.
No, don't worry. He's a friend.
I know.
It's banter.
The audience doesn't know that though.
But Bernardo was even.
Adam, you're cutting
I
out.
saw
I
him,
can't hear you.
Matej. Can you hear me now?
Yo.
Yeah, try it again.
Try
You just kept cutting out there.
Mad.
Can you hear me?
bring on.
Yeah. So what I was saying.
Go on.
What I was saying. No, Matej. What the thing that irritated me is that this guy had the fucking audacity, yeah, to demand the ball from fucking Rodri when this guy has been fucking dog shit. I understand why Rodri did not fucking pass the ball to you, and you want to fucking demand the ball. Fuck out of it. If you gave me fucking at least 7 out of 10, I can understand. But you gave me a fucking 3, and you're fucking having the audacity to fucking demand the ball like you fucking did anything in this game or in the past fucking couple of games. Fuck out of here, man.
Guy, well, I'm listening. I am sad and also I am laughing. You know why? Because I knew this was coming. I knew it from the beginning. If you remember Kels, Matthias, I was in the spaces. I was the only one who was saying this is not good enough. This is not sustainable. And everyone was saying you are negative. You are this that. I was the only one who was saying off the ball structure is not good enough. This is not a top team off the ball structure. And everyone was saying we are winning. We are a good team. We are this. We are that. Listen, guys, we got the reality check. We got the reality check. The reality check is
if you're a top team, you need to be good off the ball.
I'm
Yes.
sorry. I'm going to address this guy. I'm sorry to butt in. Brian, if you don't like what we're saying, you can find another channel to watch.
All right,
who's this
Brian.
guy?
You know what I
He's
gotta say
unmuted.
to you?
He's
Alright,
unmuted.
you know
worry.
where? No.
As long
Brian,
as they
stick that
watch it,
comment
man.
section where the sun don't shine. I don't give a shit what your fucking opinion is.
Yeah,
Stick it where the sun.
Brian, if you don't like what we're saying, please
Right.
please
Calm
find another
down.
channel to watch.
Calm down.
No,
We
he's
want to
unmuted.
vent. We're just
Right.
we're
He's
venting
unmuted.
and we're allowed
He's
to
the one
vent.
of he's the one of
Just-
guys who
right,
says
We would
supposed
like to
was.
join the conversation.
Listen.
Actually, no.
I'll
Let
tell
me
you.
just
Let me
say
give you an example. Let me give you an example.
Right,
We
one
have.
second.
We
What I
have.
said, wait there.
Can I
wait
say
there.
something? I want
Right,
to say something.
let me say one thing first, yeah. Right, don't everyone in the panel, yeah. It's this is a football discussion, yeah. There'll be as the same way you're giving your opinion. There'll be people in the comments of the viewers that they don't like your opinion. So they will say that they don't like your opinion. It's fine. Don't take it too personal. Yeah, just read it. If you don't like it, just ignore it. But don't have a go at them. Yeah, just chill. You know what I mean?
Okay, I know that, bro. I know that everyone knows. Even Kelsey knows I am one of the biggest haters of Haaland. But now I am not coming for Haaland.
You
I'm
can't
coming
blame
for
Haaland,
Pep.
bro.
No, I'm coming for Pep. This Pep Guardiola is a terrorist. I have. Listen, guys. Let me tell you something.
Hey, Adam's a terrorist.
I have never seen a clear problem in front of his eyes and still ignoring. The one thing I want to say is we have to. I know the
What
club.
did I do that more shit is blaming me now?
No, I didn't blame you. I blame them.
He's saying Haaland, not Adam.
No. Let me tell you something. I don't wanna hear anyone blaming the players. The players were exposed because of his tactics, because of his system. I'm
but
telling
we've
you
seen,
right now.
Morashid. We've seen a different way of playing, a different system, a different tactics against Liverpool at home, against Bournemouth, where a team comes and presses, bam, transitional, like football, like
No.
quick football
Yes,
counter-attack.
I understand that. He thinks you know what's mad.
Even
He
against
thinks
Wolves,
we are still
remember
in
Wolves. Wolves was
2018 or
was
2018.
dropping
He
deep
still
ball,
thinks
we're
we are.
playing the ball quick.
Yes, he still thinks we are in 7 years or 6 years ago. He don't
Why
understand
are we moving to this slow siding football?
because you know why? Because you know why? He is stuck between playing direct football and positional football. Let me remember you something. I was the only one who said Rodri coming back is not good for us. I'll tell you why. Not in bad way. Not in a bad way. I mean in bad philosophy. I knew the soon Rodri came back, he refers back to pass. football. Because even in press conference he said that, oh my God, Rodri came back. I am very happy. We will play bass football. This is sadness, friends. This is sadness. I am very sorry for the players. I'm sorry for the way he explained.
I think it's Adam. Hang on. Okay, Adam just muted himself. Sorry, Marsha, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
Hey, I'm on mute. I just said it's me.
Who's making this noise? Who is making that noise?
Is it what a shit? What a shit.
Okay, well, we just muted him, but Marsha, if you can't improve that, we're gonna have to wait till you get to a better spot.
Look, wait. Look at this.
Right,
Everything is Adam.
Okay, is he there? I don't know. Adam just muted himself.
There's quite a lot of noise in the background, and it's hard to
look. We're all just hurting right now. You know,
Prophet is there. Let's hear Prophet.
Yeah, I haven't heard from Prophet yet. I already. Yeah. Oh, I'm ready for this one.
Prophet, you there?
Oh, he might be busy, but yeah, we're just kind of hurting right now because I think we all just believe this team can be better than it's performing right now.
We
have faith in our team, and they're just not delivering, and we're looking for answers, and we're upset. That's all this is.
It's not bad. Our squad is not bad. We've got a very good squad.
Can I go through the squad quickly? Because I mean, people are going to keep doing this. And I'm not. I'm gonna go from goalkeeper to striker in that order. Donnarumma is one of the best goalkeepers in the world. Is he the best? I don't care about that argument.
Yeah, he's in the top
he's
5.
One of the best.
Yeah, he's great. It's the reason we didn't get embarrassed today.
Yeah, without him, we lose 3, 4, 5-0.
Yeah, he's the only reason. He's the only player I think who can walk off that pitch and said, "I gave it my all today."
Donnarumma. Not a problem. Right back, sure. Currently, we have none. But we could have played O'Reilly there. We could have played Husanov there. We could have played Nouri there if we're that desperate, really. But we played Lewis there. We played the one player who has proven to fail at right back. Centre backs, Alain, not really proven, but you can play. Okay, sure. You can mess around with those centre backs. That was not the problem today. Left back, you have 2 proven left backs, and Nouri and O'Reilly. None of that defense, player-wise, was the problem. Selection can be the problem. Line-up style, tactics can be the problem. Individually, those players are not the problem. You go into midfield. Rodri is still great. But people are now saying Rodri is washed because we dropped points in a bunch of games, because they don't understand process, they don't understand system, they don't understand individual performance against team results. So people keep saying, oh, Rodri is bad. No, Rodri was not bad today. I think Rodri was brilliant today, but he was on his own in a midfield where he had to do everything. I'm sorry, no one can do everything. You see Prime Messi win trophies with Argentina? No, because that Argentina team was shit. Then you go to Foden. I don't think Foden was bad today. But what was Foden to do? Like generally, what was he supposed to do? Get the ball, run with it to where? Pass it to who? So Semenyo is out wide. Doku is out wide. Is he supposed to cycle the ball around? Well, that's what he did. Got us nowhere. Silva. I mean, yeah, he runs around a lot. That's fine. It's fine if he helps pass the ball around and runs around a lot. That's not a problem if you have him do it for a purpose. When you make Silva run around and distribute play just for the sake of it, it's a waste of time. You need to have a purpose to what Silva does. Silva didn't do anything bad, but there was no point to what Silva did because the manager didn't think of why he was playing Silva. He just knew he would play Silva. Then you go to the left winger, Doku. Played 10 brilliant games, give or take, as an inverted forward. Got an assist or a goal every second game. Then suddenly, back to touchline shifts where it's been terrible for 2 or 3 years. Why? Now Semenyo comes in, proven goal scorer, and he is as far away from the goal as he can be. That makes no sense. Now you look up top, Erling Haaland, and I'll see so much slander of Erling Haaland from people who just don't understand football. Oh, drop him, he deserves to be dropped. Aguero went 1 goal in 10 games and was never dropped because he is that guy. Haaland is that guy. He will score 10 goals in 10 games for you. He will score 20 goals in 19 games for you. But he will have a drought. At some point, he will have a drought. Messi had droughts. You know what you need to do when your striker has a drought?
Don't take
you know,
don't take
LB,
that
Find
example.
someone
bro.
else who can score on.
That example.
You know,
That
LB,
example
one
is
sec,
horrendous,
one
bro.
sec there. Yeah, Morashi, 1 minute. LB, when you say Liverpool haven't won a game in 26 in this year either, yeah, and he said, right, okay, we first of all, Liverpool is not in the title race. Apparently, we're in the title race. We're going for the title again with Arsenal, right? So it doesn't matter what Liverpool is doing. You shouldn't care what Liverpool is doing. Chelsea, I think Chelsea is above Liverpool. All right, we should not care whether Liverpool is one game or not. Why? If Liverpool are not in the title race, it's like you come up and said, "Oh, well, who's in this league?" For example, well, Tottenham hasn't won a game this year, so what? Do you know what I mean? Who cares? Like, you are closer to the top than you're closer to Liverpool. Do you know what I mean? Go on, Mudashid. Go on.
What all I want to say is we have our fans do not realize now, but we have a serious problem from our manager.
We do.
He has a favoritism. 2, he has a structural problem. Second, in-game management is horrendous. Also, off the ball, we have off the field, we have injuries. We have a lot of bad things. But the problem we have is people are slagging off Bernardo or Ake or any defender who played today. But I'm telling you right now, if we had a decent defensive structure, we will cook with Ake in a defensive in defensive partner. But the problem is sometimes you have to hide the flaws of your players, and he didn't do that today. That's why we get exposed. Every second United play one pass through our midfield, it's like goal is coming. I couldn't believe it. I was watching the game. I'm saying to myself, is this a Sunday League team? Is this a championship team? I couldn't believe it. I even asked myself, do we have a world-class manager in dugout? How is this impossible? This is madness. The shit I have seen from United game, I have never seen anything like that. And the one mad about is we didn't have a bad team. The team he selected, even it's not it's not informed team, it was a good team. But the problem is when we lose the ball, it's like nothing there. If we lose the ball, the players are panicking. They are all over the place. They don't know where to go. They don't know where to defend. Which space they can defend it. Oh yeah, I don't know. Listen, guys, this I watched Arsenal against Nottingham Forest a minute ago, hour ago. They are horrendous. I couldn't believe it.
Look at this Brian guy. Real sick to find they don't want you.
No, forget about those mutants. Those mutants who went to the stadium and do not even shout.
Mumbling man Mateus, never been to a cave.
Can I ask you a question? What happened to Nunes?
I timed that guy out.
This guy, man.
He's just not. He's being rude. He's calling us plastic, and we're not going to put up with that.
Wait, who's calling who plastic?
Oh, there's some
Sorry.
guy in the chat. I put him on mute because he's just being rude.
Matty,
He's calling me plastic, saying nobody goes to this guy right here. It's just
No one watches you because no one respects any of you. Hey,
yet he's here watching and commenting. So
let him, man. Let him have his moment. It's fine.
I gave him a 10-minute timeout. That's all I did.
listen, Kelsey, I want to ask you a question. What happened to Nunes? Is the rumors are true?
I don't know. I'm not going to speculate on rumors. Pep Guardiola said he has the flu, so that's the story we're sticking with.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think if he has the flu, then good luck, because I've had the flu for almost 10 days now, and it's awful this season. It's terrible. So if he has the flu, he's not going to be playing anytime soon because he's going to be very weak. So good luck to Nunes. We hope you feel better soon. That's all we're gonna. We're not speculating on rumors and innuendo.
So we play Rico with no defensive structure. We are cooking, bro. We are cooking.
Well, yeah, you better get used to Rico Lewis being our right back, because I don't like I said, if Mateus Nunes has the flu, it's not pretty this year, and he was going to be out for a while.
Kels,
I've been sick for a long time.
Kels, there are 8 sister clubs. Find a right back. If needed, loan him in as an emergency. There is a right back at Girona that is good enough to do the job, even on a loan. They need to be creative.
Daniele, we can play Husinov at right back and play when Mark Gahey gets here. Play Mark Gahey and Max Elaine as center backs, and you can play Ainori as a left back. You don't have to play an injured Nathan Ake, and you don't have to play Rico Lewis, because we're just gonna lose all the games that Rico Lewis plays.
He won't. Kelsey won't do it. He values what Rico does if he does play. Again, I don't
Rico
know.
do today? He was dog shit. He was terrible.
We just have to back the boys. We don't have. We can keep going around in a circle and blaming. We just have to back them for what we have for the rest of the season. It's tough. And
I just gave a solution. We could play like that. Then you could have Ainori running up the wing, and Doku can invert, or Semenyo can invert, or something like that, and then we can score some goals. You can just do what you wanted to do with Nunes on the right, but do it on the left with Ainori. You can do it. And then you have a secure back three of Gahey, Elaine, and Husinov.
Another part that's interesting, Elaine is 2 foot. Sorry, 2 foot. Man, I had one too many drinks at dinner. Or lunch, rather.
Oh, we lost Mateus.
Elaine is 2-footed. He can play either as a left-sided center back or right side, and he has played a little bit of right back. He has enough of the mobility. If you could play him in a right back in a scenario. I don't know what Pep Guardiola is going to do, but he's gonna have to do something, because the games are not going to stop coming, and he's gonna have to take some of that pressure. He's gonna have to protect that back line. My other concern that I have, though, is how do you get the best out of Haaland moving forward? Because I don't think it's just an issue of him being tired. Being tired does not stop you from jumping up against that Lannister center back. That to me, you're Kelsey, 6'5". How does a 6'5" get boxed out from a 5'8" center back? He's not that athletic that he outjumped him. How is that possible? To me, it comes down to desire. How do you light a fire under his ass to let him know that you gotta lead? And if he's not gonna lead,
we didn't have a leader on the pitch today. That was a problem. We had 3 members of our
That's not the problem
on the pitch today, and no leader at all. Nobody was rallying the boys. Nobody was getting stuck in. Nobody was throwing in a tackle. Get booked. Go get booked. Doing a dirty tackle. Inspire the lads. Say, I give a fuck today. Nobody did that. Nobody.
Kels, we all know what the issue is, and we continue to go around in circles until that issue is addressed. the main character, then it's not going to change. Haaland has given up. After runs after runs after runs being ignored season after season after season. What is the point? What is the point? I'm never going to get the ball when I make these runs. And guess what? When he's dropped for a couple matches and Marmoush comes in, Marmoush will be making those runs in behind with
And
all
nobody
those
will get the ball
designs.
to him. That's a
And
problem.
he will never get the ball. And he's not going to get the ball because the team is not instructed or set up to play that way. We started in this summer. I told you we got two matches, Juventus and Al Hilal. Two, you'd wonder if it's the same coach. Juventus, attack was coming from all over the pitch. Ryan Aitnuri and Doku, magical. Savinio and Nunes, magical. Let off the leash. Overlaps, underlaps, you name it. Savinio coming in and out, blah, 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 blah. The very next match, because something is on it, the manager reverts to what he knows. The fullbacks stay at home, and our wingers now have to beat two or three people to try and get something going. This is the same thing all over again, over and over and over again. So guess what? The problem is when a new voice comes in, we'll see something from Haaland. It is just simple as that. We went into this game and we have seen it before. There's nothing that happened in this game that we have not seen it before. We saw it last season. We saw it in some games. The only difference is we got away with it this time around. Or that time around. We didn't get away with it today. New Manchester United boxed us off the park. They sat back, watched us pass the ball in circular motion, won it, flew up the pitch. The same slowness was exposed again. What did Roger come out and say? No legs. Can you believe that? Almost £1 billion spent for Roger to come back and say there's no legs.
How? Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Lewis has not been playing this season. Why does he have no legs? Phil Foden, you're a young player. You should have more legs than that. I get it. Bernardo's old. He's not going to have the legs, but he shouldn't be out there every fucking game. I'm sorry. The guy's just not good enough anymore to play every single minute of every single game.
New voice.
Holland doesn't want to get hurt for the World Cup. We talked about it in the away end today. The away fans are getting upset. And then here's another one. Holland doesn't make the runs. He marks his center backs. We saw it today.
But why should he make the runs? For what
No,
purpose?
he's not
What
going to
about
get the
taking the
ball.
run?
Who's
Take
getting
away
the ball?
time.
Phil Foden has to drop deep to get the ball. He's not going to get him the ball. Bernardo Silva's not going to get him the ball. Rico Lewis ain't going to get him the ball. And that's all we have on the pitch. Roger's not long passing him balls anymore. That's a problem.
Today,
No creativity. You have to
today we
our
had
most creative players. When Foden and Turkey play together, they tend to be more creative together. And Tijani Reinders is a very creative player.
today we
Why are
had
they not seeing the
transition
pitch?
moments.
Why is Rico Lewis out there doing nothing? What did Bernardo do today to help the offense today? I don't get it. It's frustrating.
But it's not just today. That is the thing that we're missing. What Bernardo is doing, he's been doing since the
I'm trying
treble.
to just blame Bernardo. I'm just like,
I
I'm
know,
asking
but
questions about what is the strategy today because I didn't see him helping anything.
it's the same strategy we have had for quite a while, and we ended up with 1 in 13 or 14 until it changed. And then as soon as we got into the Champions League, we started to hear the same crap. Oh, my heart can't take it to leave players in the stands. I want a small squad, and if we get injuries again, I will use the CFA. And that was a lie. We got injuries again, and we went straight to the market. And now people are asking to go to the market again to get a midfielder and a right back.
That's what we need. We need a right back because this is the.
But we knew that
the whole system can't just depend on Mateus Nunes. And he's
the
been very
system
well.
is
He's played
depending on
very well this
Rodri.
season. This is not me bashing him. I'm just saying you can't just be fucked if he's not available.
But we set
That's a
ourselves
bad
up.
system. Vardial's out. We have no one else to build up from the back. So, Mateus Nunes is out. That means just give up on the season. We're just finished for it. No, you have to have a backup plan.
We don't have any. The plan is Rodri. And Rodri has showed that by himself, just like when Nico G was by himself, it is not going to happen. So we now see that it's not Nico G is the issue. We put O'Reilly, all right. Newcastle has a physical and fast team. We put Nico O'Reilly in the midfield. Why? To combat the pace. Rodri isn't quite ready yet. So why are we pushing? We're forcing Rodri back in because in Pep's mind, that is the solution, Rodri. And in the fan base mind, the solution is to get 20 world class players all over the pitch so that we can play against Brighton, get 3 points against Brighton, a managerless Chelsea, 8 members missing from the team Sunderland, and against a Mickey Mouse Man United. You need 20 world class players. We cannot come up with a game plan or a structure to get 3 points. People, it is simple. People don't want to hear it, and that is fine. Nobody has to be pep out. If at the end of the season he does not come up, change it, or comes up with some trophies. And the thing is, I know if he gets the trophies, he would have to change something. I figure more or less he's not going to change anything. So it's basically going to be a trophyless season.
So you and Danielle are more tactical than I am. Is this just this system is just completely flawed? Or
I'm not a tactical, but from my eyes, right, we're getting run through the midfield again. We need legs. We need legs. We need some pace. We have had Nunes and O'Reilly there, and nobody is giving them a chance to do anything. The one game O'Reilly comes in, it wasn't even a 7 out of 10 game, but he has done enough physically, pace wise, to stave off Joe Linton and those people. We always knew what Manchester United were going to come up with. Then we have our players who are mostly transition players. They want the ball forward quickly, vertically. And what do?
our whole
We get
team is
transition.
basically that way, except for 2 players. That doesn't
So
suit
what?
Roger or Bernardo. It suits everybody else on the pitch. It suits Doku, it suits Semenya, it suits Holland, it suits Foden, it suits Turkey, and it suits the fullbacks when they play. Because Mateus Nunes is very good at driving and being direct with the ball.
Roger can adapt. I don't have any problems with Roger, but Rodri needs help. Why not put somebody in the midfield with Rodri? But imagine that, but Bernardo Silva has to play, so that leads to another problem. He has to play. Semenyo is here, so he can hide him on the wing. So now he has to go into midfield. The problems that we have are self-inflicted. We had transition moments today. As soon as it got to midfield, it slowed down, and then we pass it back, sideways, backwards. Listen,
It is frustrating because, like you said, we have hang on.
we're seeing the same thing from last season until now.
Yeah, you
Play
thought
the
we would have learned
referee.
our lesson, but apparently
Yeah,
not. And it's
same
frustrating
thing.
because we're better than this. That is what is so causing these emotions. Like, I know we're a better team than what we're playing. I know Pep is smarter than this. I just don't get it. Like, why do we keep trying to do the same thing that doesn't work? We just keep trying it. We just keep trying it. We just keep trying it. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. And we don't. When we do something different and play direct, we win games.
And it is as
1,000
simple
pass
as that.
buildup doesn't work. Gundalorian has been right about this since last season. 1,000 million passes to nowhere and passing backwards does not work anymore.
But we
It
see
doesn't
that
work
it
with this
doesn't
group of
work.
players. And the ones who are supposed to be good at it are not good at it anymore.
That time has passed, Kels. That time has passed. Pass, pass,
It
pass
is
here,
just
there, short. That time is over. It is now moving forward.
Because
And
you know what it is too. I feel like he's still trying to find lightning in the bottle, and finding lightning in the bottle a second, a third time is just impossible.
So you
When you
mean like a
don't
player? Like somebody to step up and
a
just
a,
boom?
a player, a composition, what do they say? Cycles, right? When you go through a period of greatness with a group, that group tends to be special. When that group phases out because of age or injury, unless the next group has the same quality, the same mindset, if they lack even just one, they're never going to be as special as the other group. These guys are not bad players. However, trying to replicate them to do lightning in a bottle, asking a Foden to be a Gundo, he's not Gundogan. Asking a Rodri to have a once in a 25-year type of season like 2 other players post ACL, that's not going to happen. Trying to ask Turkey to create to the same level as KDB, he's not KDB. That's not going to happen. Asking Holland to carry you through the difficult moments when he's not surrounded by other great players, there's only so much he can do, especially when he does not create his own chances. The chances are fed to him, and then he's asked to finish those chances. So if you don't have players that can create something out of nothing, the system's going to have to give, and you have to be honest with yourself as a club and say, we're just in a different cycle. We need to have a different set of expectations, and we need to actually try and build to what can make this group special, instead of trying to make this group special like the last group. They're never going to be the last group. They're just not. They're not wired the same way.
And you have to coach them too to be
You-
better.
you
And I
have
don't
to-
see a lot of coaching. I don't see improvement from some of these players.
But this
Kels,
is the
they-
problem with a rebuild. This is why you cannot do a rebuild with the old manager. Because, and I know people will mention Fergie, but I'll get to that.
And the old players too.
Well, once your core is gone, once your core players are gone, you will never have those core players back. Because those special players, they exist once in a generation, maybe even less so. De Bruyne is a once-in-a-lifetime midfielder, let's be honest. Aguero, is he better than Haaland? I don't think so. But the way he plays is different. Sterling, all the GA he got, which people didn't rate at the time. Mahrez, our centre backs, which we've had a lot of glorious centre backs at this club, they're not the same. Like, it's that simple. They're not the same. And the first thing to change is a manager. Because the manager is going to be stuck in this thing that worked. But it doesn't work anymore. It's history. Like, I'm sorry to say it, the treble is history. We don't have that core anymore. Of the players we had in the treble season, we have 13 of the 18 gone.
No, but we still had a bunch of them out there today, and he tried to play the treble system. It doesn't work.
Who of the treble season, other than Bernardo Silva and Rodri and Haaland, were on that pitch?
Nathan Ake, Rico Lewis is a treble
Nathan
member,
Ake
and
is
so is
gone.
Phil Foden.
Nathan Ake is gone, bro. Rico Lewis was not pivotal. Foden was not
They
pivotal.
still were on that team, and they played a lot of important
No,
games.
they were not part of that core.
Ake is just—it's hard
No,
to
but
watch
but
him
but
at this
Kels,
point.
it's what he just said. Who were the pivotal pieces in that season?
The
that-
four that were listed: Holland, Bernardo, Rodri, and Nathan Ake, because he started all the games.
Remember,
Silva,
even
Silva and Ake are done. Silva and Ake are
But
done.
they played today.
Yeah, but they're done. You can't keep playing them this way.
Pep plays Bernardo every game. He's been
But
done
here's
for a
the-
few seasons.
But here's the thing, Kels. We don't need these players to be like the treble players. We just need to play to their strengths. It is just simple as that. We could have won the league, but it won't. It maybe not look like it won't look like the Centurion season or the treble season or the four middle season. But they can still come up with something. We need to let go the idea of them being like the golden quote unquote generation. Play to what the players can produce and keep it simple like that. But guess what? Nobody wants to hear that. We're blaming all the players. Pep is showing the signs of Wengeritis. I keep bringing this up. Wenger won the invincible season, and then every season for around 7 or 8 years, he won nothing. And I remember what the Arsenal fan base were saying. Who are we going to get better than Arsene Wenger? Why should we sack Arsene Wenger? He brought us the invincible. It is the hope that is going to poison the fan base, because
So do
Pep
we have
is not going to
wait
come up
20
with
years to
anything.
win a title?
By the
And
way,
because of that, keeping Wenger beyond his remit, they have now gone 20 plus years without a title by just keeping a manager there. No ambition. 8 years, 9 years, no title. And what was it? Who are we going to get better than Wenger?
Ooh.
And now we have the fan base singing the same thing. Who are we going to get better than Pep? I have news for you guys. Maybe the next 20 years from now, we will never get a manager better than Pep. But can that manager that we get, can he win us some titles here and there? Will we get a treble? Maybe not. Will we win 3 in a row? Maybe not as well. But I'm sure somewhere along the line, with the money being spent and the players that we can get and how the board has set up things at the club, a manager can come in and be successful in a decent amount of time. This holding on and this attachment to Pep because of this and that, it is going to end badly. It's going to end in an horror show. And I told you guys from summer when you asked me, oh, who should we go and buy? Doesn't matter. It all boils down to what Pep is going to do. And I believe by the end of the season, every single bit of folly will be exposed, laid out there. There will be no, by the end of the season, there will be no excuses from nobody. Top Blues, happy clappers, and the like.
What do you
Every
guys?
single thing will be shown to be madness.
Okay, I know all three of you are Pep out. What do you think of this comment? Pep thinks playing transitional football is beneath him.
And that is fine. So that means he needs to go. And again, I am not asking for Manchester City to change the philosophy totally to transitional football. That's not what I'm saying. We have moments in a game, and even with the treble season, whatever other teams Pep has had at City,
Everybody
we normally took advantage of transitions as a team because we had Sterling, we had Sané can get in behind De Bruyne and making the passes. So we have had experiences where yes, we can possess the ball, but once the opportunity presents itself, we will take the transition. At this moment in time, we are not interested in taking the transition. We still want to pass. And unbelievably, most of the players in the team can respond to transition because we have seen them do it. It just boils down to the manager. He does not really want to play that way. And that is fine. But if you're not getting the results, something needs to happen. It is fine transition football being beneath Pep. Is what you are doing producing with these players giving you results? If the answer is no, then something has to give. We can't buy 15 or 20 more players. So the manager has to change. It's just simple as that.
The problem with revolutionaries is that they are era bound. The revolutionaries are bound to their own revolution. Jose Mourinho, he revolutionized the way people defend in football. It's undeniable. The way we defend in football before and after Jose Mourinho, it's revolutionized completely. Defensive systems, out of position systems, the rest of the defense is completely different. Once that revolutionary system became commonplace and everyone knew it, Mourinho was done. Arsene Wenger revolutionized modern pace and power in football. Once Arsene Wenger's pace and power philosophy was standard practice in Premier League, he was done. George Graham revolutionized how you use dark arts to win a title. Once that became common practice, he was done. Gone. Johan Cruyff revolutionized total football. Won a 4-peat, won a club their first Champions League, then never won a trophy again in his career as a manager. Done. Revolutionaries are bound to an era. When their era is done, they're done. Finished.
I pointed out the Johan Cruyff thing to the fan base and I said, listen, Cruyff won 4 La Ligas in a row, won the Champions League, and then he went 2 seasons without a trophy. And guess what Barcelona did? They parted ways. Cruyff is one of the biggest things at Barcelona, but we at Manchester City, we just have this mentality. We think what Pep has done is he's going to continue on and on and on and on. What we are seeing is a natural ending of a cycle. There's no shame in it. The only shame is not to recognize it very soon and make the proper actions. And we have set ourselves back. We have extended contracts of players who should not have been extended. Walker should have gone long before.
Yeah,
Bernardo
Walker extension just started just started everything. We shouldn't have given Bernardo a new contract. He didn't earn it after that triple season because that's when his decline started, just during that season.
Yeah, John Stones and Ake still at the club. We should have sold them when they had some more value.
Talking about unreliable players, but we have to rely on them this year, and they have completely fucked us again. To the point where they overplayed Gavardiol for 5,000 minutes last season, and then he fucking gets injured. Of course he did. We knew something was going to happen to him this season. It happened to be a broken leg, but something was going to happen. He was going to tear a hamstring or an ankle ligament, or he could have gotten an ACL or something. Thankfully, it's just a bone break, and hopefully he can recover from that. But
you were saying that all summer that Oh, please. Ruben Diaz
Ruben
is.
Diaz got injured again and you know what? We're gonna rush him back, but this is a problem, man. Thank God we got this Well, okay, it's not official over the line yet, but thank God we can try to get Marquehi because that's actually a reliable center back you can count on. And we better just pray Yashko comes back the same player because look at Oscar Bob. He broke his leg and he ate the same player. I need some fucking Fred Warner energy from Yashko Vardiel because that brother broke his ankle in October and he's already out training. And he should have played. He should be playing the game today, but they're gonna wait for next week, assuming the team wins today because the playoff.
Let Josko heal. But you were saying also something is going to happen to Josko if we don't find a way to curtail his minutes and get some rotation in. Lo and behold, he is injured.
I said it. And you know what's going to happen next season? It's going to be either Erling Haaland or Phil Foden because they're playing too many minutes. They're playing too many minutes. They're internationals. You know what? I hope Foden doesn't make the World Cup squad because I think he needs a summer off, man. I hope he doesn't make it. I'm not English, so I don't give a shit. Besides, they're talking about calling up a complete scumbag. So if they call that player up, I hope they lose right away because I fucking hate that. I can't accept players like that. So I hope Foden doesn't make the World Cup squad. He needs a summer off, and I hope Vardiel can't go to the World Cup. I hope he's just too injured and can't go. I want him ready for September next season. I'm sorry. He's already won a third place medal for Croatia in the World Cup, and they're not going to do anything this year. So I'd rather him just focus on the club and get healthy, get him a new contract. He's their best defender. And I'm heartbroken that we can't watch him play. Like I don't want to not watch him play. He's one of my favorite players. He's fun to watch. He's a great player, and you can see how bad we miss him. Why is the system dependent on a center back and a right back? I don't get
it. Everything is dependent on Pep. It's just a case where, and I don't blame him. He doesn't want to do a particular thing. That is fine. But if you're not giving me results, then something has to give. And Viana can't sign another 15 to 20 players.
Yeah, that Club World Cup is bullshit. We just got embarrassed too, and then nobody got a break.
The Club World Cup was a prime opportunity to give Kusanov more minutes, give Hayes more minutes,
Nico
and
Gonzalez
give more minutes.
Gonzalez should have played. He played one game. He gave all the games to Gundogan, who left.
Sugar-free Gundogan got the games, and Bernardo again got the games. And we have made a rod for our own back. So guess what? We made our bed. We just have to line it. What I don't want to hear is the dishonesty and the millions of excuses as to why this is happening.
It's the players who are paying for it. It's not the manager. He's not getting punished. He's not getting reprimanded. He's getting more players, and these players are just getting injured over and over and over again because they're not being managed properly. He didn't manage Rodri well at all. It took him getting injured 3 separate times for him to finally realize, oh, fuck, I can't just throw this guy back in right away. And I still don't even think he's trying to help him. Like, there's nobody there to help him. He's out there by himself, coming off of an ACL 18 months later. What are we doing? What is this? He's just going to get injured again. And then why can't we have 2 6s healthy at the same time? Why is one of them always injured? What is this incredible knock that Nico Gonzalez has? I'm frustrated, man. I know we have a better squad but they're all injured because they're not being managed properly. They're not being set up properly, so we're not playing well. How has Erling Haaland just been shit the past couple of games? Why? Why is there no system in place to help him? I'm just losing it, man. I'm losing it. I thought we got past this last season. Last season, I get it. The players were old, they were washed up, they weren't good anymore. We got new players in, and we're still playing the old washed up ones. What are we doing?
Kels, Aguero was benched, regardless of what he had done. The mandate was understood that Pep had the authority to do so, even if it came at a cost of humiliating Aguero in front of the fan base and even humiliating him in front of his teammates. The fact that they are scared to do that with Haaland.
I'm scared he's going to go to Madrid. If you're going to be this half-assed and collect $500K a week, you're not going to press, you're not going to make runs, you're just going to pout like a baby. Then fine, they go fuck off to Madrid.
But Kelsey, here's the problem. If those players, if a Haaland and Foden, I'm not trying to say Foden was the big issue today, but if holding them accountable by pulling them out may carry the risk of you potentially losing them, at least you know to some extent that those are not the sort of players that if you are going to be going to war with, having the expectations that they're going to be the ones that fight game in and game out. Because what did he say, at least with Bernardo? Good times, bad times, if needed, Bernardo effort will not be questioned.
Oh,
Ever.
not questioning it today.
Well, okay, that's fair. But the last season, they said Bernardo's effort would not be questioned. If it's a Holland and it's a Foden, and if we are going through good times, the effort doesn't get questioned. But if we are going through bad times, it's unfair to then question their effort. Then the club has bigger problems because the other players that are not named Holland, they look and they see that it leaves a bad taste in their mouths. It kills camaraderie and chemistry because players will then over time start to build resentment and say that regardless of what they may do, the club, Pep, may not give them the proper, fair opportunity to compete. And what is the point of coming there? Because they can collect the checks for as long as they can, but these guys want to play. If you're not going to have them play, it's going to be a problem. It builds up over time. So they have to figure it out. The big man, the fire needs to be lit up. He has to compete. Foden needs to find his form,
Join us, Spartacus, please.
whatever that
Trying to get
form.
Spartacus on.
Oh, okay, whatever
I don't
that
think he's
form,
going to, but that's okay. But
whatever
links in the
that,
chat, Spartacus.
whatever that form may be, because you can't blame Savio right now. He's not there.
Yeah.
You can't blame my son Oscar Goodlove Bob. He's not there. He used
Didn't he
Semanyo like
deregistered? They just fucking got rid of him.
I don't know. I haven't even heard about the move. It's gone dead over there.
Yeah.
The German
I
space.
heard that they were gonna. That was something I heard somewhere. I don't know if it's true or not. It's probably some fucking Twitter rumor.
What, they're gonna deregister him?
He's gonna be deregistered. Yeah. Again, it's Twitter. I don't know how accurate it is. It's a bunch of there's a bunch of chancers on there.
He used Semanyo like he was Oscar Bob.
Why did we buy him then?
I don't know.
That's what I don't get, man. I just don't get why we keep buying. Again, Marmouche. Why don't we use Marmouche? Oh, I don't know how to use him. Well,
I don't know. And my other concern is, do you let him pick the next manager?
No.
Absolutely not. No.
Hey, there he is. Welcome back.
They're gonna
Even England.
Hello, Spartacus. You've been
Guess we're not doing that well.
No, Kels has a cold.
I've been sick for 9 days. So this is. I woke up at 4:30 in the morning, Danielle, while I'm sick, and I did a watch along for that. I'm a little heated today because of that. I feel like I'm putting in more effort than those players did, and I'm frustrated by it.
You look very miserable right now. You get more full. That usually helps.
That's good.
Thanks. Women always love to be told they look terrible. We're making a joke here. It's fine.
Yes. There's no drama between me and Kels.
Nah. Marcus and I are we're
good
I don't think
friends.
there'll ever be any drama between us because I don't think you just don't seem like a person who does drama.
Yeah.
Anyways, we don't need to. We're not gonna. No drama today. We're venting. I'm venting. I'm having a vent off. Are people still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, sorry.
I'm alive, but I'm gonna go soon. So
yeah, no problem. I know it's late for you, Alfie. So I'm glad to see you back in streaming, man. I know you had some stuff going on, and I really hope you're doing better. And we got to get back to whining on Wednesdays.
Yeah. This is a bit hindsight what I'm gonna do now, but if I'm gonna go back to trying to fix this derby, I mean, when I first saw the lineup, the first thing I thought was that back four is gonna get ruined. I'd start Nuri. I'd start Aki and Husnov. I don't want Alain starting in a derby. I'm sorry. And I'd start someone right back who isn't Lewis. Husnov, maybe then you're forced to play Alain at centre back, or I'd play O'Reilly. Whether O'Reilly can play right back, I don't know, because I'm not in training sessions. I'm not sure how this guy does when he's on the other side. I'm sure they tried this in training, though. So you can have O'Reilly at right back. If you can't, okay, you're forced to play with Alain, and then you put Husnov at right back. Whatever. That would be your back four. In midfield, I said this before to Derby and group chats and stuff. I want Rodri. I want Tijani in a single midfield. Gonzalez right now is injured. I want him to play, but he's not going to play because he's injured. So, okay. Put Silva in that midfield. Put Foden in that midfield. Doesn't matter. Put someone in that midfield who will run, who will win the ball, and will give the ball to Tijani. Because when Bernardo Silva just runs around, collects the ball, and passes it sideways, he accomplishes nothing. But when he's getting this ball and passing it to De Bruyne, now De Bruyne can go do something. So Bernardo Silva enables De Bruyne, but we don't have De Bruyne. Okay, who do we have that can create? Tijani. Okay, put Tijani there so that Bernardo can enable Tijani. That's not what we did. Also, wide wingers. No, I'm sorry. I've had enough of these wide wingers. Semenyo and Doku, they do best when they're inverting behind a striker. Let them invert behind Haaland. And make sure Semenyo is on that far post. He is tall, physical, can score a header. Make sure Semenyo is on the far post, because when Semenyo is on the far post, Haaland is liberated to run elsewhere into box. That's how I would fix this game. And I swear now, this United team is so trash, we would have probably hammered them if we did something similar like that. I don't understand Pep's thought process anymore at this point. He's admitted to not reviewing games. This guy is arrogant. He doesn't love Man City as much as you guys think he does. He's a Barcelona guy through and through. I'm sorry, this is professional for him. Don't get too in your feelings about it. He's going to leave at some point. Stop sucking his cock. Just going to put it out there. He's going to leave at some point. He's not the be-all, end-all. Better managers have left bigger clubs.
Yeah, I think that's a question a lot of us
well said.
address. Yeah, I think some of us know that maybe the end is nearer than we think it is, and like me, I'm afraid of the answer to that question. Somebody had a really good tweet. They're like, "There's a question that everybody wants to ask, but is too scared to," and I know exactly what they meant, and I don't want to go there. I keep wanting to believe that this manager is going to change, and he's not changing, and but I'm not ready to give up yet. Maybe that's me being naive. I can, that's possible, but I know what waits on the other side, and I don't want to be on the other side. I keep hoping that he'll get it together.
You could already be on the other side and just delaying yourself, though. Like if Pep is done, he's done. Like it's that simple. If Pep can't adapt to these 5 substitutions rules, if Pep can't adapt to the new way of the Premier League, which is much more direct, if Pep can't adapt to constant rest defenses and delaying counters rather than stopping them, if Pep cannot adapt to this type of stuff, this new stuff in the Premier League, which people like Maresca have brought into the Premier League, Arteta has brought into the Premier League, even if you want to disrespect these managers, they have fundamentally changed football in the Premier League. If Pep cannot adapt to that, he is done. Period. We're already on the other side if Pep can't adapt. The only question is, when do you want to move on?
It's hard because I know there's mitigating circumstances, but even with the mitigating circumstances, I'm still seeing the same mistakes. I'm still seeing this technicality approach where we're just not good enough, and we keep trying to do something and we're not good enough at it, and we never compromise, and we buy new players and we try to turn them into something they're not, and I'm getting it's hard.
Kels, how often does it end in a fairy tale in sports? Very rarely does it end like a fairy tale. They arrive, it's nostalgic, there's highs, there's low, there's more highs. It never ends. 9 times out of 10, it never ends the way we want it to end. Coaches, managers, clubs, it never ends the way that we would want it to. Look at Kevin De Bruyne's last year. We wanted to send him out with a trophy. We had to settle for top 4.
We could have won a trophy if if we'd
look at
done that.
Messi, Cristiano Ronaldo, their final seasons at Messi at Barcelona, and both of them in Europe.
Yeah,
these are the greatest players that I have ever seen. I know some people who don't understand football don't rate Ronaldo, but these are the greatest players I've seen in my lifetime. And their ending to their careers is fucking pathetic. But that's how football is. The greater you are, the weaker your ending is going to be, because there's nothing that can live up to the journey. The journey is done. I'm sorry. We move on.
Yeah.
I do think that Zidane managed to finish it quite well. There you go.
It's partly because Zidane was the substitute teacher. He came in
No. I mean the his footballing career. I mean, finishing a World Cup final is not quite bad, is it? Pro's the same. I think he managed to finish it as well.
Okay, wait.
Got himself sent off.
Got him. Yeah, there you go.
he got them there as well. It was player of the tournament, if I'm not mistaken.
That is true. That is true.
That was in what, 20?
Chris,
was that 06 or that was 010 or no?
06.
06, yeah. Oh, that was right when I started watching football. I remember
Chris had a pretty decent
I didn't know who he was. That's up. I told you.
Who was the manager of that France team?
Definitely wasn't Deschamps.
No, it wasn't Deschamps.
My favorite France team was the Mutiny team.
Don't remember. No.
Prophet, I added you back in.
Remember Luis Felipe Scolari?
Oh, mate. Don't get me started with him.
Fairy Tale World Cup. He had a horrible ending of his career.
Vocês vão ter que me engolir. Famous quote.
Tamo juntos.
Anyhow, I'm gonna go now.
All right, Alfie. Thanks for joining, man. I hope to hear from you soon, because I miss streaming with you. So I hope you're doing better. And
yeah, I'll talk to you soon.
Hope you feel better, Alfie.
Have a good one, Alf.
He's leaving me with the Portuguese lads.
No, Prophet's still here. Prophet's still here too.
Prophet's like, where are you? I'm like, you're in the stream, Prophet. I don't.
You disappeared for a minute, so I was wondering what happened. Question to the tacticals. Am I blind? But I saw the centre back sitting real wide for the last couple of games. Did we go back to 2-3-5? I noticed that Kusanov was closer to the right back area. The centre backs were split far apart. I'm not quite sure if we go back to 2-3-5, what's the story there? I'm not quite working out why the centre backs were so far apart.
I think the issue is that we're not going back to the 2-3-5. We're going to a 3-1-6.
3-1-6, yeah.
Which is, in my opinion, the issue. If at least we went to a 3, if at least it was a 3-1-2-3. I think I'm missing one player. 3-1-2-4, actually. I think it would be a lot better because you create those passing angles for the centre backs to hit the 8 and do that little De Zerbi pattern where you hit the 8, he hits back to 6, the 6 drives into space. But playing the 3-1-6, you're pushing your midfielders way too far up the pitch, which creates the gap between the 6 and the 2 8s.
Yeah.
And that makes it harder for the 8s to get involved in the game. And although you have although you have less pressure on the 6 in that system, you have more pressure on the 8s because they have to get the ball in harder situations instead of dropping a little bit deeper and getting them and progressing the ball with the side.
Okay, so the reason why I'm asking is that I could have sworn I saw 316 was a part of the problem last season, no? Because I could have sworn persons were speaking about the 316.
Oh, really? No. I think the 316 was actually one of the solutions last season that helped us go on a run.
Yeah, I just thought it was weird that centre backs were so wide and had so much space in between them.
In possession, you make them very wide so that you can force the opposition to get their front line very wide, so that you create the passing channel into the 6. This is why they play very wide.
Okay.
Because you also when they play very wide, not only you create the passing channel into the 6, you have the threat of them passing into the wingers. So you force the opposition's fullbacks or wingers to be a lot closer to our wingers and deeper into their own third.
Okay. 3-2-4-1. We have played that with Haaland already, yes? Or during the treble season. Let's just hear people throwing these things around. 3-2-4-1. We have played that before, right?
Yeah. Treble system.
Treble season. Okay.
We also played
I
it
don't know if we have the quality to do that
3-1-2.
anymore.
We do. We also had the 3-1-2-4 in the treble system as well. That was a one game thing. We used it more in the season after. But yeah.
I don't know. Whatever we're doing right now is not working, and I can't. It's frustrating. Oh, we got a baby in the background. Oh God, Steve.
I do think that we kind of panicked a little bit with by we I mean Pep when we got the news that Matheus Nunes isn't playing, because I don't think that was the planned lineup. I think we were planning to play with Matheus Nunes, but then he got his
He's got the flu.
It's a flu. Yeah, he's got the flu.
Guys. We're not speculating on rumors here. Pep said he has the flu, so he's got the flu.
Yeah, he got the flu and probably got to a point that he couldn't play. So we had no real contingency plan for that.
He has the flu I have. He's not coming back anytime soon because this flu is fucking miserable.
But then maybe, although I disagree with this approach, maybe he does play Husanov into right back. And then you play Husanov right back, Alain Gehi with one of O'Reilly, or I know he has a left back. You pull him back three.
Oh, I said that earlier. I don't,
again, as I said before, I don't think this is optimal. I don't like the idea of doing this, but because I don't like Husanov defending wide when we have possession. When we don't have possession, when we're sitting deeper in our box. If we're sitting high up the pitch, him defending wide is not really an issue. But when we're defending the box, this is a point where it's not about pace anymore. It's about trickery and quick body feints or changing directions.
Can I ask
and
a
those
question?
are the things that go on.
On the second goal by Mbeumo, where were the fullbacks? How is it? It's the center backs and Semenya that were the only ones that were running back. Where were the fullbacks?
No, that's the first goal, no?
They were, I don't know. Where was Nico O'Reilly? He was hauling. I'm just going to say.
That's the first goal, no?
Was that the first goal? The ball played in by Turkey. Harry Maguire plays
That's the first one. That's the first one.
Where were the fullbacks?
Inside the box.
No, Semenya was at the top of the box, but they were nowhere in the picture.
I think we had Husanov and Rico Lewis and Bernardo Silva defending on that first goal.
I mean inside the box for the free kick, because it is the free kick.
Yeah, the missed free kick goal. There was nobody back.
Yeah,
it was like Bernardo and Husanov, and I'm like, what is this?
But again, Husanov does something that basically allows Man United to score a goal. Because you see, just before the pass, Husanov drives infield a little bit because Bruno Fernandes takes a touch to the center. He cannot do that. He needs to stay in that same line that he was running. because it's obvious that Bruno Fernandes wants to get a step inside so that he can bait Husanov into going in field and then pass the ball to Mbuemo. And even in the watch along, you can go back. The second that I see Kusanov stepping inside, I say no, that's a mistake. Because this is schoolyard thing. You don't go there, especially when you have Bernardo covering the infield channels. So you allow the player to go there because Bernardo is already covering it, and you trust the goalkeeper to save a long shot.
Yeah, it was a calamity, but I still don't think that excuses the fact we didn't create any chances.
Oh yeah, no, I think Pep got it wrong today, but I also think that I understand the circumstances which led him to get it wrong, and not being predictable circumstances. I don't think you can predict Nunes being sick and having to come up with a whole different system who doesn't rely on Nunes anymore.
See,
And coach them into the players.
I think you have to be prepared. You have to be. I just think you can't have a system that's just way too reliant on one player. I know it's hard, but you got to have a backup. And
Spartacus, I'm looking at that clip. Kusanov was in no man's land. He couldn't win because if he holds that same occupied space, Bruno had a runner on the right that was going wide, and then Buemo would have just cut towards the left. If Kusanov occupied that space, it's either Bruno takes a shot or Bruno lays it off to Buemo on the space that Buemo then takes on the left side. There was nothing that they could have done there except hope for a miss or a save.
Daniele, when he makes the step infield, he creates a pass directly inside the box and in a very dangerous position. If he holds his position, he forces the ball to go wider, which allows Donnarumma to have a much higher chance of saving the goal because the angle is a lot narrower for Mbuemo to hit the shot. And it also gives him more time to use his pace to recover and get into a position to block the shot himself.
Up. That comment is literally up, Somo. The 4v2
okay, you're
decision.
right. You're right. I see what you mean. I'm looking at it now. You're right.
Because when he steps in field, he creates a pass that's you can angle towards the goal. So he can go directly towards the goal. He takes one touch and takes the shot. If he goes wider, then he needs to readjust his body shape to try to take a shot in. This gives time for Donnarumma to close the angle and him to get back.
So how, as a young player, he's just supposed to know how to do that?
Yes, because that's basics of defending.
Okay. Well, maybe you're right. Maybe he ain't good enough. Maybe he's gonna go.
Again, it's not that I don't think
he's the only healthy center back we have right now. So I don't know if we're gonna have to just put up with it.
It's not that I don't think he's good enough. I think he has a lot of. I think we're gonna have to choose one of Hayes, Alain, and Kusanov. Alain gives us the homegrown quota.
Max Alain's #1 on that list right now because he's got something those other two guys, which is he's homegrown. He's academy. Those are quotas we have to follow.
How much I know that the club raised Victor Hayes. I think he's not going. Maybe he gets another year of a loan, which I heard he did. That's the plan for him to get in the Premier League. But the long-term plan is for him to be a City player. They're not loaning him to sell him later. They want him to be a City player because they believe that he will be good enough.
Oh yeah, moronic move to sub Alain off. Unfortunately, I do agree. He's probably going to be the one sold for profit, but I don't know. I like what I saw. I don't think he deserved to be subbed off today either. I don't know what was so terrible that he did.
I think the early phases he was poor, very poor. He looked like a deer in the headlights. But as the game went on, I think it was kind of the opposite. I think Husanov started very strong. But as the game went on, he started getting progressively worse. And Husanov and Alain started very poor. But as the game went on, he started to get more comfortable and to play better.
Yeah. Victor Hayes is skinny. He's bulking up. He's like a little bulkier. He's muscle takes time to build. Give him some time. This is no.
It is
This is not
actually
a
19
Husinov
now.
agenda. This is not a Husinov agenda. Oh, Matt Hatter does not have a podcast. Victor Hayes is 635, and so Husinov 35. Elaine is the one. Yeah, he'll be sold for profit, unfortunately. No, Spartacus does not hate Husinov. He hates Donnarumma. No, just kidding.
By the way, worth noting, I think it was really
They're
today.
having glowing things to say about Donnarumma today. You never thought you'd hear Spartacus praise Donnarumma, but he did.
Yeah, I
Said
think
he's
it
the
was
only
really.
player who's good today. All right, Lane should not play big pressure games. Well, we don't have a choice right now. We don't have a choice. Let's get the signing over the line, but I don't think he can play against Bodo Glint, so you don't have to worry about him. Oh god, yeah.
We shouldn't need him against Bodo Glint.
We shouldn't, but I don't know. Maybe.
Brother, have you watched Bodo Glimt games?
Actually, quite a few of them. Because he told me that the league, that the region league, is actually developing very well. So I was quite interested in watching the Champions League games with them.
I don't expect us to beat them, but I expect us to make it a much harder game than it needs to be.
That's gonna be rough.
I'm not saying
the weather is gonna be rough. It's gonna be.
I'm not saying it's going.
Or something?
I'm not saying it's going to be a walk in the park either. By the way, that's not what I'm saying. But I don't think that we need the player of Gahey's caliber at the back to be able to win that game. I think Husinov and Elaine are fine. Oh shit, Elaine can play. I forgot about that.
Can he? Is he on the B squad? Is that? I don't know if he is or not.
I don't think he can be on the B squad because he was playing for Watford. So technically, he's not.
I think it has to reset. It has to reset after the knockout rate, after the league phase is over.
Right.
So I don't think he can play against Bodo Glint. I think it's going to be Ake and Husinov because we literally know their bodies. And Gahey, even if he gets signed tomorrow or Monday, Gahey won't be able to play in the Bodo Glint or the Galatasaray game because he's not registered. So and also Semenyo can't either.
Mafuni, come on.
This is where we are in 2026.
Mafuni's poor guy. He just keeps getting jerked around and he never gets to play any games.
Daniela, do you believe Mafuni can do it?
No.
Yes.
No.
Why not? Why not?
Yeah. No, Prophet's very pro academy.
He gives me Tosin Adebayor vibes.
I mean, against Bodo Glint, not in general. I mean, against Bodo Glint.
That is they just play too open. It's too chaotic. It's too physical. It's just a recipe for a young player that's just going to make a mistake that, frankly, he should be making. It just may cost us, and people will absolutely light him up for it.
But that's a part of it.
Who?
No, I'm saying that's a part of it. Trial by fire.
Trial by fire. No, yeah.
We might have to play him. If Ake gets injured on that plastic pitch, he has to start at center back in that game.
But
we might have to see Husinov, Ake.
I don't even think we have. We don't have.
I don't even know who else we're gonna put in there because I don't think Nunes.
Send the kids. Send the kids to Bodo Glint because can we afford a Kushanov or a Rodri or a Nico or any of those players to be injured?
No, we can't.
Bodo Glint.
Not play in that game.
We can't.
Send the kids. Let us see if Mfuni has what it takes. We only found out that O'Reilly has what it takes when we saw him on the pitch. So guess what? Let us use the kids. If we lose the game, no big deal. We have an excuse. Pep play the kids and we move on.
Can't afford that. I'm scared we're gonna have to play in the playoff.
One big thing.
Drop out of the top 8.
At least one good thing about Donnarumma compared to Ederson is that the centre back has. If he does a defensive mistake, it's less likely to lead into a goal.
Yeah.
Yeah. I agree.
So it's a fail safe because again, Donnarumma was fantastic today. He had some really good saves.
Yeah, he saved Mafuni and a couple times.
And what?
He is the only difference.
Yeah, it's just I'm not we're
I
not
think
trying
Donnarumma.
I'm not shitting
GG.
on. I'm just not gonna. I'm not gonna compare him to Ederson, but I'm just gonna praise his performance without bringing Ederson up. I love Ederson. That guy's. I love that shit house. I miss him, but Donnarumma's definitely. It's a very good net. You know, Donnarumma has made some amazing saves, and that is, that has nothing to do with Ederson. So
Yeah, I mean, they're two different profiles of goalkeeping, and I think that it's kind of like comparing Holden to Kobe Minor. That makes no sense because they do completely different things. And I think it's the same with Donnarumma and Edison. Edison is a goalkeeper who's going to allow you to have more shots and concede less shots.
Yeah.
But those shots that you concede are more likely to turn into goals. So your gamble is that you're going to convert more of the chances that you get, and the opposition is not going to have as many. When you have Donnarumma, you're more likely to concede more shots and have less shots on target, which is statistically true. But you're also more likely to not concede as many goals because he's a better shot stopper. So it's a trade-off, really is.
Donnarumma is the only reason why we're not 1 in 13 or 14 this season. That's the only major difference between last season and this season.
That's
we will win our remaining
That's
games.
not true.
Poppy, I don't know
That's
about
not
that.
true.
I don't look like winning a game right now, unfortunately. At least
That's
in the
not
Premier
true.
League. I mean,
Some of the games that
we can't fucking
we
beat Wolves at home and then just end the season, man. How did Rodri look
would you be
after the game?
surprised?
Rodri's exhausted. He's tired. He's still getting his fitness. Give the man a break. Rodri's leaving.
Well-
What? Donnarumma can't keep bailing out this attack. Yeah, where's the attack, man? I can get on the attack. I can blame him. Or I can blame the attack. There's just no creativity right now. There's nobody doing the basics. And that includes Ryan Turkey. I love Ryan Turkey, but I thought he was poor again today. That can't keep happening.
He was far worse than Phil Foden. Far worse.
They were both terrible. And that's a problem because, you expect Turkey to do more. I think he tried. I think he tried and he just failed. He just tried, but he was trying. I didn't see the same effort going forward as I did from Turkey to Foden, but that's not, that's fine. They were asked to play different roles. I didn't notice the difference.
Foden was anonymous. Turkey was a detriment. That's the difference, I think.
Yeah, and he's got to get better at that. That's something Turkey needs to improve on. Pissed at Holland, he couldn't control the ball. Yeah, Donnarumma was unreal.
Wow.
Okay, be nice, alien. Come on. Just be nice. Just be nice. Come on, we're not going to rip on Spartacus.
If you want to,
we already know
come
who
on
lost
stream.
the ball. Turkey lost the ball. We already know that. Turkey had a terrible free kick, and that was embarrassing. We won't make the knockout stages again. We're literally in the playoff right. We're not even. We're like auto qualified right now. So chill out, Teal, chill out.
If Alien wants to come on stream and have a debate, I'm fine with it.
Yeah, Spartacus don't hide
care.
from nobody. Remember, that's a Matt Hatter gun on the stream.
Can I ask another question?
What?
If you do add Elliot Anderson, what is the actual ceiling of this team? Like, just how big of a difference do you guys and gals actually think he makes? Like, does he raise the floor significantly to where we can now say we're contenders? Like, what is it? Because if Elliot Anderson doesn't solve it, like, do we need then another midfielder? I'm really confused then.
I'm going to be the lone voice in the wilderness.
Okay, let's break it down further.
I've
What
seen
are we
Elliot
bringing Anderson in to do? What are we asking Elliot when we bring him in right now? Are we basing it on this system, or do we think something new's coming up? How did he help us? That's what I want to know.
Let's assume that we're keeping the system because we cannot predict the future in it. So let's assume that he's coming in to play this system and he's going to replace a player, which is likely going to be Bernardo Silva.
Okay.
So what does Bernardo do off ball? He plays as that second striker and drives back into the 8/6 role when we drop deep. Is he faster than Bernardo? Yes. Is he stronger than Bernardo? Yes. Is he more physical than Bernardo? Yes.
Is he smarter than Bernardo?
No. This is where I was going with. So the gamble is the physicality that Elliot Anderson is going to provide going to outscale the tactical IQ of Bernardo? That's a massive question, and I don't have the answer for that.
Okay, so now you got me to another question before we went to Prophet. Sorry, Prophet. Is this team as smart as we think they are?
I don't think they are.
I think some of the players are, some of the players are not. I think Chelsea is not particularly smart player. Tactical IQ, I say. I think Foden is a very smart player. I think Bernardo is a very smart player. Rodri is a very smart player. Josko. And I think that's it. I think the rest are either okay or just smart.
Okay, so how do we get them smarter? How does Turkey get smarter? Is it by playing? Is it by having 1v1 coaching?
Well, I thought Prophet was gonna say something as an outlier, and I'm
Okay. I've seen Elliot Anderson play, and if I was going to spend my money, right, I would spend my money on Adam Wharton. I don't think Elliot Anderson has any good passes on him. He wins the tackles, then what? What I've seen from him, he maybe has a decent cross here and there, and maybe a cross-field ball to switch a play. I don't think there's nothing else that Anderson can. I think we have been so disgusted by Bernardo Silva's performance and the midfield not tackling or doing anything that we are desperate to get in a huff and puff player like Anderson. To me, Anderson reminds me of Scott McTominay. Do we really want that kind of person in the team? When Anderson played versus City, I didn't even know that he was on the pitch.
Jesus, you just made me sit down and grab a drink.
when Wharton was on the pitch, we got a masterclass in passing, short, long, the whole works. Just me, but I think there's a hype.
Oh, we lost the baby. Okay, what
Yeah,
about
I think there's a hype being put on Elliot Anderson that he can't. I don't think he justifies the hype that we're putting on him. Believe you me, like he's his Lord and Savior come to save the midfield. If that's what we're thinking, I think we're going to be sorely disappointed. And that's how he's being built up as once Elliot Anderson gets in, the midfield is going to be mint and things are going to be turned around. And to boot, we're going to be spending, I imagine, between 80 and 100 million pounds.
No, the rumors are he has a release clause. That's a rumor. I don't know if that's true or not.
I disagree with Prophet that he was anonymous against us, but I think he was actually very good against us. But I don't know. I do understand the Adam Watson thing with the passing, but I think the thought process with Elliot Anderson is more. We already have Rodri, who is the passer, so we need somebody to complement Rodri, not to do what Rodri does alongside him.
But Spartacus, saying that he was very good against us, it doesn't take a lot for the opposition's midfielder to be very good against us. Yeah. We saw Brighton midfielders look very good against us. Bayer Leverkusen midfielders look very good against us. Is Prophet right? Are we overhyping because somebody looked very good against us when if our performances against even average midfielders make those players look very good, maybe we have an even bigger problem within our midfield, and we're bringing in the wrong profile. Because he's changing my mind now, because I do see how Elliot Anderson complements Rodri. However, from a technical standpoint, Adam Wharton can sling that ball on 1-2 touches a lot better than Elliot Anderson can. And yes, Rodri is the primary passer now, but besides Rodri, who else on this team really passes the ball beyond 20 yards?
I think that's the problem that we're starting to unravel.
I think Ryan should decently well, and I think Foden does that decently well as well.
But Spartacus, Turkey takes like 3 or 4 extra touches and does things that he doesn't need to do versus just passing the ball.
But I do think that will calm down in the future. Maybe not this season, but in 2-3 seasons' time, I do think that will calm down a little bit.
Do we have 2 and 3 seasons?
I give him
kept for
2-3
2 or 3 more
seasons.
seasons.
I don't mind
don't
that.
know.
I
The
don't mind
thing
that.
is,
And then
the
how long
thing
is
is,
this kind of stuff that's going on? How long is that going to be acceptable for Khaldun?
Then yeah, like there's also something else with Elliot Anderson. I think this is the biggest thing for me with him. Right now, the way we play is, if we have any sort of pressure, kick the ball low, fight for the second ball, win the second ball, continue the play on the opposition third. So I think for that style of play, Elliot Anderson is a lot better than Adam Watson. If we were playing that treble system again, where you're more measured in possession, more calm with the ball, you take a while longer to pass through the thirds, and then when you get to the final third, you need that guy with the killer pass, with just an eye of the needle pass. I would go to Adam Watson, but we're not doing that anymore. We don't want to do that anymore. We haven't built a team to do that anymore. So we're moving into a more transitional based side. And I think if you're playing in transition, you're better with Elliot Anderson than with Adam Watson.
but question, isn't Adam Wharton playing in a Crystal Palace side that does transition? Because anytime Crystal Palace plays us, they play on the transition. Adam
He
Wharton
plays on
gives
the.
you 1 and 2 touch, half turn, ball around the corner, ball there, ball there. He does not hesitate on the ball. I seen Elliot Anderson versus Aston Villa. I think that was one of the worst games I've seen. The man was schooled by everybody in the midfield. He was schooled by Tillman. He was schooled by Rogers. He was schooled by John McGinn. He was just all over the place. He couldn't win a tackle. He couldn't do anything. Rogers had him on strings. I think out of desperation, we're lunging for the wrong player and we're going to pay the cost. I don't see what. Maybe if we get one, we'll win a duel, a few more duels here and there, but where is that pass coming from? Because Wharton can get a foot in as well. We have seen him do it. And imagine, Manchester City's midfield is trash, but we could not get a standout performance from Anderson. He was, as far as I'm concerned, based on what I watched, he was next to anonymous. Adam Wharton gave us a master class. He walked through the midfield, dribbling, short passes, long passes, passes around the corner. It was just mayhem. How we did not go 3 or 4 down in that game is something else. But Adam Wharton more fits our profile. The Semenils can get the passes from him. The Dokus can get the 1 and 2 touch passing from him. But honestly, I think Anderson is out of desperation. Our midfield is just so rubbish. If it were me, I would buy both of them. Buy Wharton and buy Anderson. Kelly's not going to like this. I think that Rodri, the body language and thing from Rodri. I think we better cash. Yeah, better we cash in and just get both Wharton and Anderson. I don't know what you guys think about that, but Rodri is giving that body language like, yeah, it's not happening here.
Yeah, this guy's a winner. He doesn't want to be losing to some shit Man United team.
Look, Prophet, I disagree with you on the buying both of them and letting Rodri leave. But I do understand your point about Watson passing and his ability to activate the players that are going in the transition. That is, I think that is correct. But I also think that you're not looking at the player who's playing beside him in the midfield, which is usually somebody like Mark Hughes, like a Doucouré, like remember
Hughes.
who else they have? Yeah, Will Hughes. I think I already
said
it. But Sosa, Lerma, who are players who are a little bit more mobile and more competitive, and are more willing to get stuck in than Watson himself. So they tend to get the ball back, or the centre backs tend to get the ball back and then get the ball to Watson so that he can create.
Wait. So then, by that logic, was Tijani Reinders a mistake?
I think yes. I've said this for a while. I think Tijani Reinders was a mistake.
Might as well we have kept Echeverry.
Oh boy.
I think first, and this is a theory. This isn't anything like I haven't heard anything. This is my theory only. I think we had a squad building plan in mind, but then when Edison left and we got Donnarumma, we threw the plan out of the window and went with something different. Because the players that we bought,
expected. When he signed, that wasn't a thing. They still had Ederson.
Yeah, because the player we bought before Donnarumma, so Mamouche, Reinders, I know he Cherky, even Vitor Hayes and Husanov, they don't really fit with Donnarumma as much. Now, the players that we're looking into and we bought, such as Gehi, Semenyo, Elliot Anderson, they fit a lot better with Donnarumma because they have the profile. So I do think that we had something planned, but then we just pivoted it and went with something different.
So if I heard you correctly, are you saying we have two different squads in one squad, and
Yeah.
ultimately we may have to blow up the squad so that we can get the right squad to be solidified or made whole?
I
That's what
think
it
a
sounds
lot
like
of the
to me.
players. I think a lot of the players are already going to go naturally, such as Nado, Kovacic, Ake, Stones. I think they're already going, so it's not. I think the hard thing will be. I know.
And Dejani probably.
Is he still there?
I think we kind of lost you, Spartacus. We'll let you come
then,
back.
so Tijani's
fair.
looking like a mistake then, or a misprofile.
Yeah.
Nuri is looking like a misprofile because the two of them don't fit into what you're trying to then do, what you're trying to win now, because of the limitations that they have.
Yeah.
I don't think there are mistakes. If we look at I'm going to always reference the Juventus match, right? What Neuer was doing to allow Doku to jump from wide to in, and they were going switching back and forth. I think Neuer is perfect. I just think it's a case where, for some reason, O'Reilly is doing well, and Pep just decided, here's what, I'm not going to give Nuri any minutes. I'm just going to stick with what is, and may the devil may.
But Prophet. So
I think I struggle to.
If we go with
Go
that
on.
overlap with Ike Nuri and then the Doku inverting inside, who is solidifying the midfield or going into the midfield, dropping back with the center backs then? It can't just be
We don't
Rodri.
have one. It can't be Rodri.
He's not mobile enough.
Yeah.
But that is the thing.
That's
Rodri,
why you want Anderson
I'm
with
saying,
it, possibly.
but we need to be.
Oh, Prophet. Yeah, Prophet's got the kid.
I don't think he was necessarily misprofiled. I think it's just we had the plan and we abandoned it. I think they were correctly profiled for the plan that we wanted to go with, which is that more possession based style. But then we had to abandon that plan, and for the new plan, we changed too much. So now we have to abandon a couple of those players. I think it's not about misprofiling.
But Spartacus, that's like a gamble that you're trying to talk yourself into, saying that it's going to all go the way that you expect it to. And in football, it never goes the way we expect it to.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm not saying that it is a mistake. I think it is a mistake, by the way. That's not, I think it's a full-on mistake, and I think the club fucked it up.
What do we guys think of this whole argument that's coming up, saying that we look better playing Pep Linder's ball, and now we look bad playing Pep Guardiola ball? Does anybody buy that?
I'm going to reference the game.
I think a lot of the out of possession issues come from Pep Linders and the way that he wants us to press.
I am thinking, if we reference the Juventus Club World Cup game, yes, I know, because that same game, I saw a lot of things that were great stuff, right? We still recycled the ball. We were able to attack from both flanks, and through the middle. The pace was, we had a good tempo of football. Maybe you're dropping an Anderson into that or a Wharton, whoever, and it's fine. What I think we're doing is that we're caught between two worlds, right? Pep doesn't like when to me, in my opinion, Pep doesn't like when the ball is moving too fast without a certain number of passes being made. Because I keep hearing references, to connect the play, you need to pass. And there are several instances where we don't need to make 10 passes. Yeah, we don't need to make 10 passes. So I think right now, the problem is caught between Pep knows that he needs to change because he has referenced it in his press conferences, at least when I used to watch them. The Premier League is changing, he needs more pace and blah, 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 blah. But that in the back of his mind, he still wants to hold on to the pass, 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 pass. So right now, I think we're at critical mass. We need to stop fooling ourselves. The manager needs to stop fooling himself and decide, listen, I'm going to commit to this, or just be honest with the club and say, here's what. I know what needs to be done, but I am not really feeling it. And that is okay. I don't have a problem with that. If the manager is not feeling the new style of football, give a chance to another manager who can do it. And let us go from there. Pep has done enough. He planned 3 years and he stayed 10. We got bonus after bonus after bonus. But to me, I just feel that Pep is not really sold on playing quickly. It's not really him. So I hope that the board and Caldoon and friends are on the telephone to flick Company or Enrique to move us into the future, because I don't think Pep wants to play a particular style of football, because how Enrique played at Barcelona is a bit more different from how Pep played at Barcelona, and that is totally fine. If Pep can't manage that particular thing, we can't hold it against him, but we should just recognize what is happening and just do something before it becomes too late. That's just how I am seeing it at this moment in time.
I think we're reversing, right, especially right now, into that more possession-based style, mostly because we're playing with a championship centre back and a guy who has played I think about 43 games of professional football. If you get the whole minutes that he played divided by 90, so I think it turns up to about 44 games of football. So he's trying to protect that backline by exposing them less to transitions, because we all know that the faster you play the ball forwards, the faster.
Did we lose Spartacus? I have to be right back. So, guys, please talk. Somebody talk.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right.
Spartacus is where you dropped some issues. Yeah, that's how I'm seeing it. It's just a case where and even, as Spartacus said, we're reverting to the pass to protect the centre back, but it is not working. We seem like the club and everything seems a bit schizophrenic. We're all over the place. We're not quite sure what to do. We know what to do. We're not quite sure how to approach it. It's just too many cooks in the kitchen. Diana wants something, Pep wants something, Linda's wants something. If it were up to me, I'll put the money down, call Hansi Flick, as everybody's crying about. People are now afraid of the high line. When I mention Hansi Flick, everybody's so worried about how we play the high line in the Premier League. No, I don't want Hansi Flick because of the high line. But newsflash, Company plays the high line, Luis Enrique plays a high line. Sorry, it's just how these coaches go about it. So, get Flick or one of these guys through the door. People are asking, but who is available? That's not how it works. We're not going to wait for them to become available. You go and put the money down on the coach that you want to replace Pep, show him the project, and we move forward. It's just simple as that. We can't wait for Hansi Flick or Enrique to say, oh, I am going to stay here. All they have to do is say, hey, I'm leaving. I don't want to continue anymore. If we need to give them some of the money that they would get if they were, how does it go? The club fires them or whatever the story is. Give it to them.
Look, Enrique is not coming to City while we have Donnarumma. That's not happening. And Flake is not leaving Barca. We don't have the pull to take the manager away from Barcelona if he doesn't yet want to come.
No, I'm saying test him. Let us not assume that he doesn't want to come. Put the money on the table and say, here, this is what we're looking for. This is what is happening. Are you coming or not? If he says no, fears. But at least we went and put the money down to say, we're interested. We like what you're doing at Barcelona. Here's the CFA. You have money in the kitty for transfers. Here are the players that we have. You know, his and Pep's philosophy is kind of similar. It's just a little bit more vertical from what my eyes can tell. So, put the money down. We have to do
He's
something.
actually now playing a lot more measured possession based football. Just calmed it down a lot, and no, it's not a coincidence. Sorry, it's not a coincidence that he started calming down with that transition based style when his centre back started dropping off. The centre back started to try to everybody get injured, and he had no backline pretty much. He started to convert back into that more sensible, more possession based style, a little bit more careful with the possession to protect that backline that he had that wasn't particularly good.
Okay, so I this is Chris, the Mad Hatter. I just have one question here for everyone
He's
on the floor.
back.
I'm back and I'm mad as ever. Just kidding. So I guess kind of a question, Spartacus. Now you had thought that over the summer the idea was continue with the possession base because Ortega was still here. We picked up Trafford, the other players that you'd mentioned that we picked up, and then Donnarumma kind of threw a spanner in the works. I guess a little pushback that I'm going to have with this is then why did Pep Guardiola decide to go out and get Pep Linders? Why did he go out and also change his entire back room? He also said at the end of last season, not maybe flat out, but he certainly intimated it, that his style of play, I don't know if he said is getting old or is having problems, but he's basically admitting, I need to change. It has gotten faster. So when I think about it in those terms, and then I see what Pep did in the beginning of the season, you're seeing Holland scoring unbelievable numbers of goals. We're doing measured control here and there, 100%, but we were also playing strategically very fast counterattacking football and putting defenses on their back heel, forcing errors and scoring a lot. I mean, as it stood up until maybe today, we're the top scorers in the league. And then
Because we
after,
still are.
yeah, yeah, you're right because of Arsenal. But then after the Fulham game, for me, I thought that we started to take our foot off the gas pedal. Now maybe that was Pep saying, "Hey, we're not good enough for this. I'm getting worried that we're letting in 5 goals, or excuse me, 4 goals in 30 some odd minutes. Let's do more possession, more control." He's doing that more. Holland and Foden start falling off a little bit and start getting progressively falling off more. Reinders and Cherky are stepping in. Defenders are scoring more. And then in the last 3-4 weeks, it's been Rodri's back. Let's go a lot more slow side to side. And our attack has looked toothless.
I think you answered your own question.
Okay.
I,
No one's pushing back.
I don't, because this is the thing. I do understand where you're coming from. I really do. But I also do think that right now, how do I put this? I think Pep had a plan. I think he wasn't going to go. I think you have different ways of going direct. Because if you go back, for example, against Wolves in the first day of the season, I know it's Wolves. Wolves are shit and everything. I understand. I fully understand all of that. But if you go back to that game and you see how we're still playing direct, but the playing direct came from a pass from the goalkeeper into an advanced eight. That type of pass suits Reinders a lot better than a long ball over the top for him to fight to regain possession of the ball. I think the idea was to go direct, but in a different way, which is safer and more assured in possession.
But I think like right now, if again you look at that first game and go all the way to the Fulham game, and even a little bit after, even with Donnarumma there, we were progressing the ball faster through the midfield. They weren't losing it anywhere near the level that they've been doing it the last 4 to 6 weeks, and we were still getting the ball up fast. It wasn't as perfect as like when Trafford was there. To your point about phase 1 to phase 2 to phase 3, I get that. But the drop off we've seen is kind of alarming. I mean, look at how slow we played against League One Exeter. We had Holland
Yeah.
up front. We had many starters in the attack, and in that first half, not a single shot was made on target by one of our attackers. I know we got the defenders got the goals on the set pieces. Rodri, Screamer outside. Those are defenders. Erling Haaland was kept quiet and marked out of a game by Exeter. Our attackers were marked out in that first half until Pep changed things up a little bit in the second half and tempo increased. That first half, there was nothing.
Yeah. And that's
Well,
by a few games now.
But I
but
also
The
believe that
Sunderland
there
game
is
is
a
the
lot
last
of.
game we created.
but Kels,
Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right, Spartacus, about the key being Vardiol.
it's
I
been, but
I
Vardiol
Kels,
also
goes down, we
think
ain't created fucking shit.
that's
I
Spartacus.
do I do think that we are heavily dependent on Just Vadio because he's the one who allows us to play through the lines cleanly. But I also think that, especially in the exit game, game state is a very important thing. In the first half, we were like 1-0 with 15 to 10 minutes of the match. And then we went 2-0 like within the 20th minute. So we were not really forcing our way to score more. We started forcing in the second half a lot more. I don't know why, but you could see that the players are just passing the ball around more just to conserve a little bit more energy. And I think that was the name of the game. And then I don't know what changed, why he wanted to change into that 10-0 thing. But
Well, but Spartacus, go back to just even coming into that game. We have not been rotating. If you've been having to bank on a select group of players without the rotations, we've known start the season midway through that we're what, a 60, 70-minute team? If we put the foot on the pedal and play fast and not score, it only takes 5 substitutions and the opposition having a shift in energy or tempo. Our guys can't keep up. So you protect them by trying to play at a slower pace and moving the ball, manipulating the shape of the opposition and whatnot, and hope that eventually you find a pass through or a run or an opportunity. But it's a self-inflicted situation that came with you, frankly, also not rotating the players. So now you've got fatigue, you've got potentially guys also out of form, and you've got a slower tempo that you have to use in order to make sure that when that opportunity comes, guys are not then fatigued afterwards. Because if they win the game, they're likely to play the next game again. They're not going to be rotated out. And it keeps compounding in. Prophet was right. It's like we're stuck in two worlds, and Hamza said this in the space too, that in some ways, when Pep decided to go and even get Pep Linders, I understand it's him trying to change and to do things differently, but it's also him trying to cheat the game. You cannot go from tiki taka to an extreme of Jurgen Klopp, rock and roll, gegenpress, and football within system management. It's just teams build up towards that in phase. It takes 1, 2, 3, 4 seasons where you see the final fruition. For him to introduce that in a squad that did not have the pieces, and you tried to run that from day one, it was going to cause a conflict. Rodri is not built for that type of transition play, to play that fast or even to rotate that fast off ball. It becomes problematic. If you don't have the athletes, you don't have time to implement that scheme. It's just it's a team that doesn't really know when to go. So they're going to go with the instructions that they're given. And if those instructions turn up to be bad based off of the tactics and whatnot, they don't have another gear. Like if City throw 1-2 punches, we don't have a third counter. And if we don't have a third counter, we don't have a game changer to truly bail us out right now. Because if Holland's not clicking, who's the game changer? There isn't
can
one.
I plug somebody else's channel very quickly?
Mm.
Because I think there is a video that you're gonna really, really enjoy. I think the stream that Nobbins did with John McKenzie, and there's a
Yeah, I know which
segment
one
of
you're
the
talking
stream.
about.
Yeah, there was a segment on the stream where he talks about the change in behavior of the whole of the Premier League as a whole, and how the ability to adapt to the situation is becoming a lot more valuable than the ability to follow the instructions tightly. And how City are trying to focus into players who are more geared into that adaptability over the rigid structures and being able to adapt on the fly about how the opposition is pressing. Because as you rightly said, coaches like Maresca, Arteta, and everybody that like that, even De Zerbi, the guy at Brighton, they brought something into the Premier League that we didn't have, which is that very structured off-ball press and very structured pressing triggers into the opposition. And a lot of teams use that a lot and very well because of the ability to scout and find the profiles of players for cheaper prices. So you have a lot of the sides in the Premier League being able to press you into a situation where you don't want to be. And that's how coaches are able to level the playing field, let's say like that. So even though they have worse players, they're able to compete with City, Arsenal, Liverpool, Chelsea, and all of those because they're able to find the perfect profile of player to do what they need to. And I think that stream really, really nails down this point very well. And I think that's just Joe McKinsey is just a brilliant analyst. Like that guy is just the creme de la creme in this regard. So watching that is going to be a very good watch for anybody here who wants to understand a little bit more about the current change of the Premier League and how the off-ball work and the hybrid presses and all of those things are changing the way football is seen at a top level.
Well, Spartacus, assuming that's true, and I have no reason to doubt it, it makes a lot of sense, then wouldn't it be incumbent upon Pep and City to be on top of this and to understand that maybe their past ways that worked really well then are not as applicable or are more vulnerable to that kind of play, and therefore you got to go back to the drawing board and come up with counters to that and ways to deal with it?
I think we're trying to do we're always trying to do that. If you actually stop to think about the profile of players we're looking at, like Jude Bellingham is not the Pep profile of tiki-taka play. He's more of those adaptability guy, flexibility, strength, power, and ability to drive with the ball over the ability to pass the ball into areas. So I think we were trying to look at changing into that style of play. After we went for Bellingham, we didn't go to a more tiki-taka player. We went to Declan Rice. Then after Declan Rice, we went into Mateus Nunes, always following that more strength and physicality bay over that technical ability. And maybe that's the reason why those players kind of struggled under Pep a little bit in the beginning because they're not as technical as Pep wanted them to be. So they need a little bit more time to really get used to what they need to do.
Yeah, I think that's that's an interesting take, and I would throw this out there. I wonder if part of that has to do with what De Bruyne said last year, or what do you say about the midfield being weak?
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like you said, you don't have to be better skilled technically, but if you've got the speed, power, and aggression, that can counter a lot.
I do still believe that technicality reigns supreme, and if you are very technical, you are more likely to overperform the physicality. But I do understand that level of technical ability is not easy to find on the market.
Yeah, we're
So
talking Xavi Iniesta type level. Yeah, I would
yeah,
agree with that. But unless you're at that level, I think then the playing
And you
field
have to
starts
dumb
to
it
become
down if you
even.
don't have that level of talent.
Yeah, it takes a long time to put it together too.
Yeah,
I
but
was thinking more about Pedri, but yeah.
that level just
Spartacus
doesn't
and
come
the
about.
Pedri agenda.
No, but look at Iniesta and Xavi. They were around before Pep, right? So it's something that you have to identify the talent and just work with them. Phil Foden could get to that. I think our problem is just uh, we're trying to make a big leap. We're trying to move away from possession based to something totally different. I only think we needed some tweaks. Yeah, we needed some tweaks, and then we added that to our game. So, all right, for example, I think the treble team had everything. We could play the possession. If possession is not working, we can go and fight for the ball. We can win the second balls as well. And we could transition. So that team had everything. They weren't completely a transition team, but they didn't completely go and kill you with the sideways and backward passes. They had balance, and I think we are rushing away from the philosophy. I think it would be a mistake to just do away with the possession-based football, because yes, you will have puff and puff, but if a man has a bit of pace but has a technical ability to go with it, it would be a lot better. And I think that we have signed enough players to do what we need to do, but I'm just thinking that we just need a new voice. A new voice, because unless we are going to say we're going to give Pep 5 more years for him to get it right. And I think this season will be another trophyless season. So are we willing to say, that's no problem. If somebody's going to say to me, here's what, I am going to give Pep X amount of money and these players, and I'm going to give him 3 more years. Let us go the Alex Ferguson route. He did win for 3 years, but you saw something was building, and then we get another era of dominance. It's either that or we make a decision quickly to say, can he do it or not? Or we just give him the money and just say, you know what?
I don't think that there is a coach out there that can realistically do what people want them to do. And Daniela, I'm not saying you, I'm saying the majority of people. I understand that you will give the coach time to develop and to create his fundamentals and embed them into the squad and develop the team in that sense. But a lot of people genuinely believe we sack Pep today, we get another coach and we win the league.
Oh no! That's unrealistic. I just want for clarity. That is not what I want.
This is why I made the disclaimer.
Okay,
this is why I made the disclaimer, because there are people who legitimately do believe that will be the case, and I know that you're not one of those people. But when you're looking out there, the only coaches that maybe have a chance of doing that is Enrique, Flick, and Nagelsmann.
Or Klopp.
Even though I think Nagelsmann, yeah, but let's be realistic, Klopp is
I know.
But out of those, actually, you can actually put Klopp, because what I'm about to say applies to every single one of those. None of those coaches, none of those coaches are gonna come. I know for a fact that there is no way you're taking Flick out of Barca. I know for a fact that there is no way that you're having both Enrique and Donnarumma in the same club. I know for a fact that you're not gonna get Nagelsmann out of Germany 6 months before a World Cup.
Yeah, definitely.
Spartacus. So now that's where the piece makes sense. If you're not going to get any of them and you're still trying to retain the win now aspect without having to relay the foundation, you're bringing a Maresca.
Oh no, I don't think the piece makes sense at all.
Why does everybody do that?
Listen, I don't agree with it, but if you want someone that understands the players, the tactics, and you want to shorten the learning curve for what they're supposed to get versus what they know now, the perfect bridge between a Pep Guardiola system or ethos philosophy and these players is somebody that was there with Pep Guardiola. If you're bringing in someone from the outside and they don't have the ethos philosophy or even some of the gal motivation and training, whatever, that Pep will do, you're going to expand the learning curve of the players, which means the foundation is going to take time. The results are going to take time, and the fan base has to be prepared to accept that you may not win now, which we know.
What I'm going to tell you is that I think Maresca is going to Madrid.
Really?
I think yes.
Interesting. All right, guys. I love this conversation we're having, but I do want to kind of wrap it up a little bit soon. But I love this organic conversation. I think it's been very tactically insightful. It's been very polite. I'm the one losing my head, but you guys have been very calm, so I appreciate you dealing with me. I feel like shit. That's definitely helping my mood. My 49ers are about to start their football game, so I have to.
Hope you feel better and go Niners.
Same.
If that makes you better.
Yeah, we can just everybody just want to get their final thoughts real quick. I know we've had some really good discussions here, but yeah, it's been almost 4 hours and I'm losing it.
Okay. All right. As far as I see it, I'm just seeing more of the same from last season. We're 0-4. So unless Arsenal helps us out, it's going to be another season without the EPL. This summer, we need to decide big squad or small squad. If the manager doesn't like it, move. Are we going to stay with Pep? If the answer is yes, 3 years minimum, and we give him the funds to revamp or do whatever it is he wants to do and hold him accountable. If not, we don't want to see any Mariska or anything like that. We get somebody new and we give them the time to move forward. But we can't continue along this path. It's too up and down, too schizophrenic. It's just all over the place. And right now, what we need is coherence. And once we see that at the top, I'm sure it will filter down onto the pitch. So, summer it is. Let us see what the board is up to, what Pep and friends are up to, and then we take it from there. But this season, strap yourself in, guys. It's going to be one of those seasons. Judgment is coming.
Started out so promising. I
think
thought
when
I
Yosko
was seeing real change, and it's just like we've reverted back, and I'm not smart enough to understand why.
And that's what I'm all upset about.
I think the
It's
reason
just
is
frustrating. It's just frustrating
without-
because I think we could be so much better than we are.
100%.
I really think it just falls down to just about your team now. I really do, because
Then I think the system is flawed if we're just depending on one or two players. Like that's not good enough for me.
but every system is flawed, Carls.
But should the whole team just fall apart because Vardiel got injured?
Some sides, for example, if Yamal gets injured, Barcelona falls apart.
Well, we had this last season too. Rodri got injured, everything fell apart. So you thought we would have learned our lesson and maybe
If Kane gets injured, Bayern Munich falls apart. If Madrid gets injured, if Mbappe gets injured, Madrid falls apart. If Vitinha gets injured, PSG falls apart. If you can keep going. If Lautaro Martinez gets injured, Inter falls apart.
Tell that to Judge Mo.
I actually said this to him.
Oh God, I'm gonna watch that stream later. I saw you were on there. I was like, damn, Spartacus stealing my chain.
I didn't say it on the show. I said it after the show when you're talking.
Oh, the backstage. Yeah. The backstage.
Yeah, he was actually very much fine with that.
Can I ask a question? Who's Judge Mo?
He has a panel show. His channel is called Footy Judge Mo. He talks Premier League. He's actually an Inter Milan fan, but all his streams are about the Premier League. I go on his channel. Spartacus just started going on his channel. He does panel shows.
Was he the one that was complaining and cussing about Inzaghi?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Ruthless.
He hated Inzaghi.
He hated that guy. Yeah, no. He's a really nice guy. I think he's a really cool guy. I love chatting ball with him. He's very welcoming to all fans. Because like I said, Spartacus asked me one day, he's like, I want to go on the channel. And I was like, I just messaged Mo. I'm like, can I bring this guy on? He's like, yeah. And now Mo's inviting him on. So he loves having, you'd be good on that show too, Daniele, probably, because you're just very tactically astute and you know a lot about business and stuff. There's a lot of banter on that channel too, but there is some serious discussion. But it's a lot of fun.
It was very funny because he tried to do the Phil Foden agenda with me, and he was like, no, it was so funny because I just didn't have it. I was like, yeah, he was bad today, but what want us to do sell Foden? Like, and then he went okay.
He cornered me the other day on it.
Sell Foden for who?
No, but this is my point, because he was criticizing the fuck out of Foden, saying that he is not good enough, that he wasn't good enough. And I say, like, yeah, he wasn't good enough today. But what do you want us to do? Sell him?
You want us to sell him? Rafinha is more important than Yamal.
That's agree because Rafinha has been injured for most of the season. So
Yeah, but I think what worries me about us with what you said, Spartacus, with a lot of those other teams, you're talking about one keystone player, and I get that. You're going to have that pretty much in everything, right? But with us, well, if Gavardio goes down, we got problems. If Holland goes down, we got problems. You could say Marmouche, but that's just an untested quantifier right there. No idea. If Rodri goes down and we already have injuries to Nico, we're screwed. Like, we have a lot of potential risks with this system as it stands. So I'm kind of looking at this from a durability perspective. And I love that Pep has seen this, said, okay, I got to start trying to see if Nico O'Reilly can play in the six because, Nico G is out. Rodri's just coming back. Like, I get that. But it just seems to me that there's a lot of risk with our system. And if things aren't working perfect, there's big problems. And if we're too slow, there's big problems. If we're too fast, it's big problems. There just seems to be a lot of risk around it. And there just doesn't seem to have that cadence like what it had earlier this season or in the previous seasons. And I'm kind of like, when I talk about fast versus slow, it's not a binary as in I want to be basketball, gig and no, but strategic like what we were doing. And that's what I feel like it's just made sense. Why aren't we going back to that? It's a progression. It's Pep is progressing. It's not scrap everything and start over. But it seems like now we're going backwards almost. And that's why I'm scratching my head and just crying all the time and screaming and
I
yelling.
I don't think it's about. I don't think it's necessarily about those players getting injured. Because, for example, the Roger situation is that we've been through basically the whole season without him, and we're fine. So he isn't that much of a key player anymore. I genuinely believe that even if Haaland goes down, we're still fine because we can generate chances for other people. Because we can change the style and be a little bit more direct with more bodies in the midfield, and that creates more space for the winger to run into. And then now, especially now that we have Semenyo on the pitch, if we create more space for the wingers to run into, he's going to be even more dangerous. So maybe that catches a lot more to him, and that's better for us. So I think the only piece of the puzzle that really couldn't get injured was Josko Vadio because of him being as good on the ball as he is, as well as him being left-footed. So, because what oppositions now do is they force us to play to the left side because Donnarumma is right-footed. So the left-sided centre-back needs to be very comfortable on the ball. And I don't think we have that aside from Josko Vadio.
Gahey should help though to a degree, no?
I think it will help, but he's not left-footed,
He's not
so
the
the
same,
passing angles is not going to be quite as good. But again, he's going to help. It's better than having Husanov there or Diaz, so it's going to help.
Better than Elaine. Do you think Elaine and Gahey could be a solution? Because they're both good on the ball, and Elaine is a bit more two-footed.
We'll have to see.
Potentially, because that means no Husanov.
I think that could work. I think that could work. We're going to have to see how Gahey reacts to playing in a back two over a back three when we have more possession and play a higher line. Because he's not really used to that. So saying that, okay, he's one of the best centre backs in the league, yes. He can play in a back two, in the back four, yes. But can he play in the way that we do? We still have to see that. We're not sure. So
and that might not work right away. The problem is, hopefully this Wolves game is a good, you can just slide in. Hopefully there's not a lot of pressure on that game. Unfortunately, Wolves are playing a little bit better. No Prophet wants to come back.
Nah, I'm sorry. We just need to beat the Wolves. There's no
we
excuse.
have to beat them, but they've been better lately. So this suddenly becomes nervous because we can't beat some of these bum teams, and
I'm sorry.
It's frustrating.
Wolves is the worst side the Premier League has ever seen.
Yeah, Man United drew to them, and then we just got bitch slapped by Man United. So that has me a little nervous.
Hey guys, I got one last question for everyone, and appreciate this one. Given what I think we'd all agree was a complete lack of effort on pretty much everyone who played today, with very, very few exceptions,
Donnarumma.
in a derby, no less. does anyone think that there's might be underlying problems in the locker room for that? Like, this can't be everyone was just tired. Everyone was just not up for a Manchester derby against Manchester United. Like, this was atrocious. Any
I
thoughts there? Or
I
I'm
don't
blaming
think
the.
I don't think it's a locker room issue. I just think it's a case where, just like last season, the team just got panic and timid. Last season when we conceded a goal, you know that we were going to concede 2 or 3 more. It's just a case where it's just panicked. Everybody just gets confused and they're not quite sure. Nobody wants to make a mistake. Everybody's stepping on eggshells. I don't want to be the one to try and pass it through the lines and then it gets cut off and then we concede. So everything is just a little bit too timid. I think we just need to just free up. I think there's too much tension in our play. There was a part of the season where we were flowing, but for some strange reason, these last few games have just gotten tense and we're just trying to get by. So I don't think it's any problems in the dressing room per se, but it's just a case of I think some nervousness is filtering down from management and the players are feeling it at this point in time.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna be harsh. I think a lot of it falls on the manager, and I'm looking at the leadership team on the pitch too, because there were 3 captains. There were 3 members of our leadership group on the pitch today. There was the actual captain Bernardo Silva, but there was also Erling Haaland. He's a captain, and Rodri is a captain as well. Their job, all of them, even if they're not wearing the armband, is to get this, to calm the young players down and to get everybody focused. And I think all 3 of them failed. And I think the manager just failed too. So I'm blaming today on the manager. I think he got the tactics wrong, and the leadership from the top just wasn't there. It starts with the manager. It flows through the captains and into the younger players. And the fact that nobody looked prepared, I think you have to look at the top.
yeah. No, again, for me, it was just the whole getting stuck in, and just even if you're not like the charging back, like I didn't see it. There was almost this. It's like they didn't want it bad enough. And I'm not talking about mistakes, afraid of making mistakes. I get that part. But just even some of the basics, charging back, giving it your all. Like when Manchester United were up towards the end of the game, they all went balls out to get back to block us from scoring anything in the very end of the game, even though it was over. That's what I mean. Just like there didn't seem to be that team cohesiveness of we've got to do this.
Somebody throw your body to the ground, making a big tackle. Even if you get booked, just do it. Show some effort, show some fight, sprint back to get a ball. If you lose the ball, you sprint back to go get it. You don't just sit there feeling sorry for yourself. Make the run. Even if the ball doesn't come, keep making the run. Show somebody, hey, I'm here. I want to do this. And this is our biggest rival. And, we were still, we had this great news yesterday that Mark Gahey here we go. Help is on the way. So why would you just follow this up with just absolute nothing? Like, this is your chance. You could try to gain some points on Arsenal, who dropped points again today. We didn't know that going into the game, but put the pressure on them. Try to gain some points in this title race. And because a better player is coming to help you out of this mess that you're in. He's not the panacea to save the season, but he's gonna help. He's better than the options that are available. And to just see nobody at all give any fight was, for me, the most disappointing aspect of the game.
I think the team is just scared to death, because look at the Real Madrid match. We weren't particularly great in terms of passing or anything like that, but what you saw was desire and fight. Yeah, all of that was missing. I just think the team they're just scared to bits. Everybody's just confused. It's just panic stations at the moment. Nobody knows what to do. They don't know where to turn. They don't know who to look to. Everything is just all over the place, because we didn't have to play supremely well to win the game, but at least effort-wise, it was just. And for a few games now, we have been seeing it, and the effort has been dwindling. We're just conservative.
Facts, Prophet.
Yeah, it has just come down to this. It's getting worse and worse. And now, I'm going to ask a quick question. Would we be surprised if we drop points to Wolves? I wouldn't be surprised.
Yes.
You'd be surprised?
At this point, I would not be.
The
Like
team is so
Wolves are the
scared right
worst
now.
side.
I
The
know, but they
Wolves are
just they walked into Old Trafford and got a point.
we're
We just got
talking
bitch slapped by
about
Old Trafford at Old Trafford.
we're
so-
talking about probably the worst side the England has ever seen. Not only the Premier League, England itself. Football is not as simple as somebody they drawed against United. They were United, therefore we're not gonna win against them. That's not how football works. I would be extremely surprised if we actually draw points against them.
I agree with you. That doesn't
Mentally, I think we
mean
are.
how it's going to go against our game, but it is showing signs that where they are and where we are. They're trying hard, even though they're dog shit. And we did not try hard in the derby. So I think that to me is more like where I could get a little skeptical because I'm not seeing the effort from our team. What if they just decide to phone it in at home? Well, think, oh, well, we're just at home, blah, blah, blah. Plus, yeah,
They're
here's a
mentally
good
gone,
comment.
Phil.
Wolves went into Arsenal and they gave them a game. They could
Yeah.
give us a game. Do we look prepared to take on a game right now? Not really.
Mentally, we are shot right now. So it's not a matter of because Wolves give Manchester a run. Mentally, because what could be in the player's mind is, oh my God, can you imagine if we don't win at Wolves and then that starts to, filter down to the team and then maybe it gets to 60 minutes. Because look at last season versus Southampton. Southampton was one of the worst teams last season and we got a 0-0 draw. Who saw that coming? I was
Is the
shocked.
Wolves game at home? Is the Wolves game at home or is
It's
the
at
Wolves
the
game
Etihad,
close?
yeah.
It's
But
at
we,
there's
home.
no
we
way.
drew our
No,
last two
there's no way.
Premier League games at the Etihad to teams we should have beat. We drew to an academy manager, a U21 manager, and we drew to Brighton. We weren't that good.
I'm
They
not
dominated
having.
our
I'm not.
midfield.
I'm not having it. Like we should be beating Wolves. Like
I
I'm
think
not
we
having
should,
it.
but right now I'm just
I'm not having
just
it. I'm
I'm just
gonna be.
skeptical right now. Hey Luke,
I'm
what's
gonna
up?
be
Oh,
very
Lord of the
very
Rings marathon.
surprised.
That sounds sick.
I'm worried about the
Ooh,
mental side of the game for the
taste.
team right now.
I
Right
think
now, the
Luke said
team
it
looks
best
very
here. He says,
shaky
I can't
mentally.
trust the team. I don't think we
Yeah,
can trust them right now.
very
I'm gonna
mentally.
be honest. Like I'm sorry. We gotta beat Spurs. Not Spurs. Wolves. We gotta beat Wolves.
We
Like
have to, yeah.
there's no. I don't think we can win the league anymore. By the way, I just saying. I don't think that there is any way that we don't beat Wolves.
Well,
Like
what scares me about Wolves is this, and I don't want to be sound like a ninny here, but if we lose to Wolves, you realize that is one will get them to 10 points, so they'll be tied with Derby, so they won't be the worst ever, and we will have lost at that point to the worst ever Premier League team in history.
Yeah,
And
There's
you don't
some
want
pressure
that on
here.
Pep Guardiola.
and
that,
that
some
that,
will be
pressure.
weighing on the
that's
players' mind come match day. What? Suppose we
We're as
draw this
bad as
match.
Wolves. Wins aren't guaranteed.
Suppose
I'm
Wolves
not.
scores first. So many things can run through the player's mind. Wolves scores first, and then you see the cat amongst the pigeon. I'm hoping it's a 5-0 or something easy, but the team mentally right now just looks very, very shaky, as if any team can come and get something. That's what it's looking like.
Yeah,
Any
and that's what
team
I'm
can just
asking.
turn up and get something.
Yeah, probably
That's
that's why I'm
asking.
worried.
Where is the leaders? Where are the leaders on this team? Where are they? Where are the
I
leaders?
don't.
Where's the leadership?
I disagree. I would be ridiculously surprised if we lose. If we don't even gonna say it more. If we don't win it by two goals at least, like I would be extremely surprised.
Well, let's
Wolves
hope
are
for
a
the
better
best. Hopefully,
side.
we'll have Mark Gahey through the door. Look, I gotta wrap this up. The game's about to start. So yeah, thank you everybody who's come on. Matea started the stream. We had Morris Shad on. We had Adam on, who came on. We had Prophet. We had Daniele. We had a whole bunch of people on. So everybody, thank you for this. I know that I came in hot and I ranted for a long time, but it's gotten a lot calmer towards the end. Great conversation about the tactics. Love having you back on, Matt Hatter, anytime.
Appreciate it,
great
guys. Thanks so
conversation
much.
with Spartacus. Like I love that the three of you guys just kind of going at it was just really entertaining to listen to, and it brought some clarity and some like it brought the tension down. So the self-induced tension over here. So I'll get over it. I'm just really upset. I'm fiery, I'm emotional. I feel like shit, and this did not make my day any better. I woke up at 4:30 in the morning for that shit. And so that's just frustrating, but we'll be back. I'm going to do Bodo Glint on Tuesday. It's an early kickoff, but I'll be doing that. That's great because that one, for once, it's an early kickoff in the Champions League, so I don't have to leave through the middle of the second half. We'll try to do something maybe on Monday, like a little preview for that. Hopefully, we'll get some good news on Mark Gahey, and we'll get a new body in here. But yeah, everybody, thanks for joining, and we'll see you next time. Have a good night, everyone.
Have a good one. Yeah.
No, nigga. How about this? How about y'all wake up, get the dick out your face, move the dick and balls out your face so you can see and realize this fucking team is put together horrible. Horrible.